Welcome everyone to the final week of EUSL Season 1. We've had quite a long journey to get here. Obviously, you can be a bit nostalgic if you want to be. Back all the way back in June 8th, we had our first qualifier that's taken place. Just a week after that, the second qualifier went through, and four teams in each qualifier made their way into the league. Then June 29th, we had our first group stage game. 7 long, tiring weeks for every single team that is participating have been played through to finish up that group stage, and just last week we started off with playoffs. So overall, we're at the end of August now. We started at the beginning of June. It's been quite a few months, right? There's been a lot of work put into this. There's been a lot of time invested into this, and all of that is going to come together today to really find out who's going to be taking it all out of the remaining 3 teams. For that, I kind of want to swiftly go over the teams that we have. Above me, you see the playoffs bracket as well. You'll see in the winners final, you have Fierce Fury. Fury, obviously being the first seed coming into these playoffs, has been dominant throughout the entire season. They haven't dropped a game so far. They've had instances where they dropped sets against other teams. However, a full game to be dropped is yet to be seen. So today's going to be the day we find out if they're going to be able to continue that clean sweep that they've had so far, or if they are going to be dropping their first game or potentially even their first series. Secondly, versing them in the winners final, TMCT coming into playoffs as the 4th seed, as they had to play through some tiebreaker games after the group stage, but they have pulled through. The seeding shouldn't really give you the wrong impression of that team. The team is very strong. Throughout the season, they had some issues with people having to be subbed out due to not being available on certain game days. So far, that Giovanni, their midfielder, has actually played every single role in EUSL. He's played goalie and he's played forward as well. So they weren't dealt the best hand to work with, but they pulled through in the end. And for this weekend, we hope their main roster are really going to show up and show us why they are very much still one of the top 3 teams in EU. And lastly, Amy Haters, 2nd seed overall, has only lost to Fierce Fury in the group stages, has lost some series to other people. However, still overall very dominant. Last week they had to play with a sub as well due to rec hosts not being available. They did drop their 2nd series overall there, but this week we expect them to be coming back as well with full power to bring the competition from the loser's side. So overall, very exciting. And for all of this excitement, we have plenty of people with us, obviously. With me here, after they've been patiently waiting for me to stop yapping, is Lila.
Hello.
Imak.
Hello.
And Saikin. How are you guys doing?
Hey, everybody. I'm doing great. Thanks, Sloth. And hey, you know what? Yap as much as you want. I love hearing you yap. So, yeah.
All right.
Nice hearing you yap about good things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the best of things, right? Today's going to be an exciting day, and we have a few matchups coming up, right? The only matchup that is set in stone as of right now is Fierce Fury and TMCT. And going into that, I kind of want to get some predictions going, right? Kind of get your read on what's going to happen today. So we'll just start off with the very first game of Fierce Fury and TMCT. Lila, who do you think has that? Who do you think takes that?
Between Fierce Fury and TMCT?
Yes.
Well, for me, that's probably going to be Fierce Fury, unfortunately, even though I want TMCT to win. Especially because playoffs is going to be on new patch. I think that Fury are probably going to do better there since some of TMCT's picks aren't as viable anymore, like Defini and then now goalie.
All right. Do you have anything else to share about that, Imak? Anything you disagree with? Something you could support?
I mean, I do assume it's going to be Fierce Fury, but I kind of want to go off and just predict TMCT. Simply because it would be nice for Fierce Fury to go into last week with all the confidence they built up over the entire EUSL, honestly, and then just when they are in winner finals about to go on that last stretch, just lose their first game there and then have to rebuild from that, because if they lose this, right, they have to come all the way from loser bracket again. So I mean, I do think Fierce Fury is gonna win, but I'm gonna predict that TMCT is going to win just because I want that, just them having to go through that fight to deserve that title. Because for now, it looked a little bit too simple, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see how they match up, right? TMCT also was the first team to take sets off of Fury, not the full game yet, though, so definitely a fun tidbit to go through. And then lastly, Saikeen, obviously, our streamer supreme. You've seen every single game, basically. What's your take on this?
I have, yes, and I personally, you put all of these players together, I think that it's Fierce Fury that is going to take the game. But you see, I am from NA, right? And in NA, there's the curse of first seed. So I have to, because of that, give it to no, not Fierce Fury, TMCT. I have to give it to TMCT. Curse of first seed. Yep.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, no first seed over in Nassel has ended up taking the title home. So maybe that curse translates. You know, maybe USL is gonna take that burden with them as well, and the new strat might be to not be first seed. But overall, obviously, I have a little box there on my own. I'm gonna be a bit more bland and boring, and I'll also lean towards Fury taking this series. But it's definitely going to be a competitive one. I think looking back at last week, if we think of the Fury KLB match, I think that went a lot closer than people expected it to. KLB obviously had a really good showing, but Fury, I feel like, also wasn't necessarily able to deliver on the same level that they are usually able to. So maybe that's enough to shake things up a bit. But going into who's favored in those matchups, I would still argue Fury is holding it.
I mean, if we're talking about favorites, obviously Fury, but you know, we gotta get the spice in. Yeah, most definitely. Gotta give a little bit of differences in, right? Make it more entertaining. But that is our predictions for the very first matchup. Obviously, the loser of this first matchup is gonna go down to the losers brackets to verse against Amy Haters, and we can just kind of get some general read on the situation. So let's assume TMCT loses the first series, goes down to meet Amy Haters. In those situations, what do we think? Who takes it between Amy Haters and TMCT if they were to meet in the lower bracket final? What do you think, Lila?
For me, it's going to be Amy Haters again, especially because they're playing with Reco, and similarly to what I said in the Fury matchup, I think it being on new patch is going to be a bit detrimental to TMCT. But if it comes down to who I want to win, I'm really rooting for them, and I hope TMCT can win. But ultimately, for me, it's going to be Amy Haters taking the win in this possible series.
All right, Amy Haters being the favorite from your side. What do you think, Imak? Could you support that statement, or are you? Obviously, you already said TMCT is going to take it in the upper bracket, but assuming they don't, are you still supporting them to take this series?
I mean, honestly, I do think it's going to be for sure a close match, as all games today will be. But if TMCT goes down to the losers bracket, I still do think Amy Haters has that edge on them. Obviously, I also have to support them, and an entire German team, right? Me as a German have to obviously support them. But I've played against Amy Haters a bit recently, and I can say they look really scary.
Yeah, I mean,
it has been not that well for us. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a team of like veterans, right? Consistently, all three of these players have consistently finished within the top three of basically any European tournament that has been played. That this is the first kind of league system outside of Eurocup that they're playing together as a three. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to end up matching up, even against other teams like TMCT and Fury. But that would mean you'd also still lean towards the Amy Hater side of things, then.
Yeah.
All right. Saikeen, would you disagree? Or would you agree still?
I am in the camp of Amy Haters for this. I think they definitely reflected on what happened last week. I think they definitely are prepared for this situation. I think this is the situation that they're planning for. So I am going to give it to Amy haters here. I do believe that, especially now that they'll have Ricost back, this will be an Amy haters game. I believe that's where my money lies.
Yeah. And I'll be the much needed contrarian in this situation. I do think Amy haters is a really good team, obviously, and Ricost coming back in is going to be a massive factor for them. But I think thinking about TMCT as a whole, I think they just have that little something that they would need to beat Amy haters, right? I also personally think the patch that has come through is a little bit in favor of TMCT's players overall, as they, to my understanding, favor a little bit more of a control play style, and obviously some of the awakenings that have been taken out and have been put in assist in that type of play style overall as well. So I'll stick with TMCT. I'll take the 1v3 here, and rep the boys. But overall, again, if it comes to the series, again, another incredibly tight series. Overall, all three teams are expected to play really well today and are going to give us a good show for sure. But now, let's look at the other side of it, right? This is one theoretical loser side matchup. Let's look at the other theoretical loser side matchup. Let's say TMCT does take the winner's game and Fury goes down to the losers finals. What are our thoughts of Amy haters versus Fierce Fury in a lower finals matchup, Lila?
For me, this is meant to be the grand finals on paper, right? So this is probably going to be the hardest game for people to predict. But regular season, the series that they had, like, I think Fury kind of persuaded me that they are the better team. But with the patch coming in, I really don't know who will win. So I'm going to predict Fury based off previous results, but I actually don't know who will win now.
Yeah, I mean, it's bound to be the most exciting matchup to be played out, right? And with both teams coming in full force, it's definitely one that you do not want to miss, whether it's going to be in losers finals or whether it's going to be in grand finals. But the matchup should hopefully happen at one point today. If not, then unlucky, but we'll play for it. Imak, what do you think?
I mean, I said in the beginning TMCT would win against Fierce Fury. Then I said that Amy haters would win against TMCT. So the only reasonable thing is to go rock, paper, scissors and say Fierce Fury wins. Because honestly, I can see both teams win. They're really close, I think, in skill and playstyle. With the patch now coming through, the question is who can get the better read on the meta, because I think both teams are like really well suited to figure out the meta. But in this specific case, I do think Fierce Fury will win if we see this in loser brackets. But if we go like, for example, for Amy haters against Fury in the finals, then maybe just having played a little bit more, maybe Amy haters would take this. But if it's in losers bracket, I do think Fierce Fury would win.
Right. What do you think, Saikeen? Would you agree with the current precedent that has been set up?
I actually completely disagree. I think that if Fierce Fury and Amy haters meets in losers finals, I think it's an Amy haters game. I think that is the way the series goes. I believe Amy haters take it. If this scenario happens where we're in losers finals and it's Fury, Amy haters, it's got to be Amy haters. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I can kind of just support that statement. My general gist of understanding of this comes from, again, like the new patch as well. And I personally I'm just led to believe that Amy haters is going to have a better read on the meta, right? A better read on what's going to be strong. And again, as much as Fury is a really good team, I'm just thinking back at last week, and I'm thinking back at some of the mistakes that have happened during those series, right? It's never was major enough to lose them a game or anything, but there's small openings that were created. And a team like Amy haters, I feel like, combined with the meta reads that they probably are sitting on right now, would be able to take those small mistakes and just pry open the defense from Fury's side and take the game as well. So overall, we've looked at basically every 1v1 matchup, right? And at this point, if we wanna start looking at all the possible final matchups, we'd sit here all day. So let's just keep it nice, quick, and simple. Obviously, everyone has predicted in their own way. Everyone has their own grands in their mind. But I just wanna, from each of you, just wanna hear one team. I just wanna say, hey, who do you think is gonna take it all today? Give a short explanation of it. And I think we can just start off with that. And Lila, who do you think is gonna walk home with first place today? Who's gonna win season 1?
You know, even though I predicted Fury to win like every single matchup, so this won't really make sense on paper, I'm gonna give the win to TMCT because that's who I want to win. I want Atsuro to go playoffs mode like she does in like every single tournament and like she did last week as well, where she just starts like smurfing and doesn't let any goals in, and she's super aggressive and just is able to like carry the game with her team. I want to see that. I want to see TMCT take the tournament.
All right, Emak, what are you feeling like?
I said it before. I do think Amy Haters is supposed to take it. I want obviously very close series, but I wouldn't mind a clean like 2-0 in both series from Amy Haters. Obviously, Alex obviously is like the core of the team, being probably the best goalie in EU. Still has been for a while now. And on paper, if you can keep it down against Sake, who's probably like one of, if not the best forward, then if they can score, you can't lose, right? So the question is, will Alex prevail against all of the forwards and midfields, of course? And I do think he has that today. He's going to be locked in. As we've seen, like in the past, if he loses a game before or a series and goes through losers bracket, I don't think they've ever lost the tournament, like even the weeklies and everything. So I do think Alex is gonna be in that mindset that he can just defend the entire time, and if you don't get scored on, you can't lose. So has to be Amy Haters.
Just defend better, right? Yeah. Saikin, what's your professional opinion on this?
You know, professionally, I did say in all of my answers that there is no way that Fury's taking it all, Curse of First Seed, yada yada. But you know what? This EUSL is their own league. They will. The first seed will take it. And so I honestly think Fury is going to take it all. I have so much respect for all of those players, and I think they are going to show us why they are first seed, why they deserve that respect, and they're going to be our champions today.
Yeah, so we got a good read on all of them. Now I have to be the tiebreaker.
You
essentially.
can't predict. No, you can't predict. It has to stay like that.
No, I have to. It needs to be fair, all right? And overall, I mean, as an overall thing, right? All of these teams have had an insane amount of practice going into this, or have had good kind of theory crafting going into this, right? All of them are here today to compete for the win, and it's going to be difficult to really say who's going to take it home overall. Because everyone has their own case, right? TMCT has great individual players. If they do show up today, they have all their chances to take everything home. Same with Amy Haters. They have previous tournament winners spread across the entire team, and just overall like consistently top 3 players in their respective roles over EU. And Fury, again, has been dominant throughout the entire season. The only one that didn't go as well was the one last week, but even then they still finished up with a 2-0 and walked their way into the winners final. So everyone has their own case, and with all that elaborate explaining, I'm still just going to pick seed 1 and say Fury is going to be likely to take it. I just feel like, again, like I've predicted basically a different team in each matchup, but I think in most situations Fury is going to be the favorite team. So I think Fury, with the excellence that they have shown throughout group stage, and the start of playoffs as well, I think are going to be the ones that are going to be taking it home today. But I do want to reiterate, it's going to be close overall, I would say. I don't think I'm not really expecting any of the series today to be clean, like 9-0 stomps, 2-0s and BO3s. I'm not really expecting that. But with that, we've gone a little bit over time with pre-show, but well, I think we would wrap it up and get everything ready for the first series, the before mentioned Fury versus TMCT winners final. First of all, I want to again thank all three of you, Imak, Lila, and Sakin, for sharing your opinions, putting yourself out there like that, and being here in this little pre-show section. And yeah, with that, we would go into a small break, and we'll be right back with the first series.
Bye. See you soon.
Welcome, everyone, to the first series of EUSL. Obviously, I'm going to be casting your first 2 series together with Immaculator, who's sitting right over there. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Pre-show went nice, and I do think everyone is hyped for what's going to happen. Obviously, first game TMCT against Fury. It's gonna be a fun series. And afterwards, whoever loses will see Amy Haters. I do think those are the 2 games we are going to cast.
That is correct. We will be taking care of the first 2. It's gonna be fun either way, right? So,
I mean, obviously, yeah. But it's gonna be interesting to see how people will play this patch. Obviously, since it's a new patch, I think it was dropped on Thursday, so
yes.
3 days ago. So teams had like about 2 days really to practice on it, maybe today. And it's going to be interesting to see what the meta shifted to. Obviously, we lost a few awakenings. I have them open right here. No longer have them open. Effect, Bulk Up, Stinger, Reptile, Quick Strikes, and Peak Performance. Obviously, a lot of stagger going out of the game, so we're not gonna see those like just stagger builds going on anymore. Obviously, Reverb is still in with Big Fish, so some stagger is still left, but not like that's gonna be something people focus on. Most importantly, though, Heavy Impact, Stinger, and Bulk Up are out, so a lot less kill power in quotation marks. But for that, we do get a lot of more survivability. Reptile technically basically just being replaced by something like Stagger Swagger or Fight or Flight Egoist, something to dodge. So kill comps might be less favored now, but we're gonna see if that's gonna be what we see from the people in this game, that they're gonna pick like less kill focused comps like we've seen the entire time.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm overall very excited to see what people are going to be opting to play today, right? Because stuff has changed a decent amount. With what he said, all the awakenings that have been rotated in and out, survivability being a bit more back in not in meta, but it just has a little bit more strength to it. A lot of kill options have been removed. So it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to stick with the same picks that we've seen so far in group stage or playoffs. Especially stuff like the Finny, even though it never really was like a prime option for EU, I think that it's gonna be falling a little bit more out of fashion now as well, with those 2 seconds being added to that secondary of hers. But overall, definitely very excited. I think the biggest change, arguably, for some players in this playoffs is going to be the Now change, because I'm thinking specifically of Atsuro. She played Now, I think, in more than half of her games last weekend, and yeah, I think she played it twice. And obviously the Now change, now the mine not being a normal hit but a light hit anymore, I think that kind of kills Now out of the goalie position. Would you kind of agree? Do you think it's still playable?
I mean, it's obviously gonna still be playable, right? The only thing that probably will be an issue is going to be like getting more of that, like just freeing with that the medium hit had before from the secondary. But I still think it can be played. If is it going to be as strong? Obviously not. But like you can still probably find a way to play it, but it's probably not going to be like that much of a focus anymore for Atsuro. So I do think just other picks will take hold, and we have to see how that develops for her.
Yeah, most definitely. But with that, the first series has already begun, right? The map drafting has already concluded, and I'm not surprised. Gates got banned out first. I don't think anyone's really quite fond of that map overall. Followed up by a night market ban. And hey, Mac, I'm gonna give you a few guesses at what maps we're playing here in EU. Would you? what would your gut feeling be? You know?
I mean, I mean, I do think we're gonna see a little bit of Atlas, a little bit of Tycho, a little bit of maybe Clarion, something daring, you know. Clarion last pick obviously never happens in EU, and Atlas and Tycho never get picked for the first 2 matches. Yeah, I don't think that's anything here surprising. Yeah, it's just what we've seen the entire time, honestly, with
Most definitely.
with the maps. I do think I would be happy to see some Oni Village copy pastes going around today. But I mean, it's the maps people have played the most: Atlas, Tycho, Clarion, right? So obviously that's like the ones we're going to see the most today as well. But one can still hope, not for this series, but maybe for the next.
Yeah, I do think Oni still is decently high in priorities for most of the teams as well. I'm currently trying to get the stat on that. Yeah, Oni was 3rd most played. Funnily enough, Clarion doesn't have like an immense amount of games played, but it is the consistent 4th place essentially. If the first 3 are out of rotation. I just kind of want to point out, if I'm looking at these maps specifically, they all kind of have the same archetype, right? Like, they have something in the middle that you need to play around. Obviously, Clarion differs a little bit from time to time, but it does seem like we have preferences, as already established last weekend.
I mean, yeah, and that middle thing can't be a knockout zone. Shoutout goes out to Amy Sepp. Not as much, but not as favored, obviously, because we do like our knockout zones to be at the edge of the map. So yeah, that's something EU has showed preference for with the center. Like, even Clarion has, like, I think 2 maps where you definitely have something in the center, and 1 map where you could argue that they're like with side streets and Obscura. They're both on the sides. We just pretend they're in the middle and make 1 middle map, okay?
Yeah, sure. Just ignore all the other ones. It'll be fine. But
it's fine.
We're moving into the first map draft, obviously. Not map draft, character draft. The first game will be on Atlas's lab, as seen before. And Awakenings, they still give you plenty of opportunities to go for kills. We do have Prize Fighter and Rapid Fire. Obviously, Rapid Fire liked by a lot of different players and different characters, and Prize Fighter allowing for that snowball potential, right? And with the bans that have already gone in, Juno ban, no one really likes playing against the Juno, so they just wanted to take that out. Amy ban makes sense to me as well. It's a good pick. It's a versatile pick for TMCT, for Fury as well, as both Fang and Zara can play it. Zara being a little bit more experienced on it. And then first pick Estelle into Kai, next pick followed directly by Zentaro as I'm talking about it. So I think pretty standardized at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have Rapid Fire as well, Rapid Fire Prize Fighter. That's probably also where the Amy ban came from the Prize Fighter, because obviously she can kill easily from the sides. We do see next picks coming in, Kazan and Atlas, just again, something that can really work well with Rapid Fire. Kazan obviously did get that nerf, those little bit of extra, I think it was half a second or so on primary. Rapid Fire will basically make that non-existent, so it will feel like just basically the same character as before the patch. So going back, still Kazan is going to be something Sake will obviously know how to play. We've seen that before. And as last pick, we do see that now, as we said before, it's still being played. We don't technically know if it's going to be goalie or midfield, but we're going to have to see about that one.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to find that out, right? Obviously, also on the Kazan thing, Kazan has lost about 10 movement speed, I believe, so it's going to be interesting to see if a player as proficient on the character like Sake is really going to notice that difference, or if it really doesn't make that big of a difference overall. But I do think it's going to be very interesting to see where the Kai and the Now are going to land, right? Both Gio and Atsu have played both characters before. Personally, I would be more inclined towards the Now going into midfield, again, due to her recent change with her mines. But you never know, right? It could also just be a comfortability thing. Rapid Fire on a Kai midfield is also very lethal, because it's just such a strong force that he can put out with that barrage running up to basically any barrier and just forcing it through. You are going up against an Atlas. and Fang Atlas no less. So it's not going to be an easy task ahead of you for sure. But
Yeah,
it's going to be
especially
interesting to
with
see how they go for it.
Yeah, especially with that rapid fire, he's just gonna be able to primary everything that we're going to see thrown at him, depending on if he's gonna go momentum boots or strike shot. We're gonna see that one also be able to be used for offensive plays. Obviously, we have that Estelle in the midfield, who's going to be able to distribute the core very well. Kai, obviously, you said with rapid fire can take those barriers really easily if Atlas doesn't have those cooldowns. But at the same time, like Kai has to go very far forward for that as well. So the midfield will be kind of open, more open for Estelle maybe. So if they won't take barrier on those plays where Kai goes forward, we might actually see Estelle really have something nice to punish, especially if she gets like just a little bit more power, a hot shot or something. Those will be the things they'll look out for, especially, yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, I think there's also a certain level of comfort in every single pick, right? If I'm looking at the characters that have been picked, Atlas is a character Fang is known for, right? Zar, just after his Amy, really enjoys a little bit of Estelle gameplay as well, and that rapid fire is going to help quite a bit. And lastly, Sake Kazan, obviously being one of his like priority comfort picks overall as well. It's going to do a lot of work for the side of Fury to kind of have those comfort characters as well. And that exact same thing is happening on the other side of the field as well, right? With TMCT. Whether Kai or now is going to be in goal or in midfield, both Gio and Atsu have had plenty of experiences on those characters. And Cookies also more than enough playtime on something like his Centauro.
Yeah, I mean, it's just comfort overall. Obviously, another thing I just remembered about now, it's going to be midfield here. So one thing that's going to be interesting to see here. So not the Kai for like midfield we somewhat expected. Another thing that I again realized, secondary of now does have 3 seconds less cooldown as well now. So actually makes more sense to play that midfield now with that extra speed being more consistent, basically.
Yeah, most definitely. But we have gone into the first game. Everyone went for the rapid fire, so Prize Fighter will be back in the Awakening pool as both barriers have already fallen, or one barrier has fallen on each side. Really nice attack from the side of TMCT, though, is able to take Zara off the map, giving them a man advantage play. Fang, though, holding it down really well with the secondary and having his flip up as well. Is he going to be able to use it, or is he not even need to use it as he's defending well and putting up good strike wars together with Sake? Now making a push for the bottom barrier on the side of TMCT, but they can't really get it past that now as of right now. So they're up to play around it.
Really close, not getting the kill quite on Sake, accidentally, or rather unfortunately hitting them into the orb. Getting second barrier here, really nice, opens the goal. Atsuro has flipped, so could be able to use it to defend barrier. There we go.
Yeah, she does opt to be a bit more safe, just use the flip there, play off of the advantage that they've created themselves with that 2v1 barrier. Cookie's now looking to translate into a goal here as well, tried to set himself up nicely for a flip, but cleanly defended off the side from Fierce Fury. Flip now coming out to clear. Sake just looking for damage more than anything right now, getting Geo decently low. Atsu also is on no evades as of right now, so she does need to be a bit more careful. Never mind the light, she just got evades. But TMCT building up that attack, attacking the top corner, but not able to get it through that Atlas. But again, as I'm cursing it, Cookies does find the strike or win against Zara and puts it in the top corner, as TMCT will take the first goal in the series.
Yeah, getting a little bit of assists off that center there, with Sake being really low, not being able to like send. Ooh.
Really nice kill. Yeah, Zara immediately recognized the mispositioning there from the side of Cookies and just took advantage of it. Oh, the patient on Czar's play there is insane, right? So it started off with a nice noticing of the misposition of Cookies next to the edge, swiftly taking advantage of that, taking Cookies out of the play, then good coordinated passing play up front to double barrier the side of TMCT, and then the flip in the end, noticing that Otsu was a bit too close to the edge, just cleanly translating this goal, and did an extra bit of patience to just wait till Geo moves first. Just really shows you like what a veteran player Czar is, right? To have that patience.
Yeah, these games look like these goals look so different every time. Like you see one little advantage a team gets, and they get both barriers basically off it, right? Last time we saw just a kill on I think it was Geo who died first, or Cookies, and they just got double barriers from this. As we see, a little bit of an unfortunate angle there. Sadly not gets the goal. But again, they just take one like little advantage, and they just profit so much from that.
Yeah, and they're very much trying to optimize their play as well, right? As Geo almost found the goal there, Bang really tried to hold his flip until last second, but he had to end up using it to defend the goal as Fury finds another goal for themselves, putting himself one goal away from the first set. And I feel like, looking at the general flow of the game as well, right? Fury has been playing a lot more kill-focused, as they're also finding more kills than TMCT, which is arguably to be expected, right? If you have Kazan, especially if you have Kazan played by Sake, as you saw right there, you can make that your win con, and that is so important for them to then look for this first set, right? Because with first set, you get better awakenings to be choosing from, right? You get priorities on that, which means you can snowball so much harder if you do find the right awakenings in this first round. So really, really good job from the side of Fierce Fury here to kind of play to their condition and execute it well, as again, they find themselves in an open goal situation on the other end of the field, and Czar finds a beautiful jump to flip a Geo off the map. Cookie's trying his best to hold the score and not let it go too far on the defense side. Bang pushing up here, trying to be a bit more aggressive, but that immediately being punished from the side of Atsura with a beautiful flip. Now, 2 open goals are on the field. Geo does fall again to Czar. Czar finding just really so much value out of his primaries on Estelle, as nice passing plays through the middle, send it all the way up to Sake, and Sake does find the edge of the goal to take the first set and start the snowballing factor for the side of Fury.
Yeah, really nice first set here. We do see Twin Drive coming through for Atlas, so that's going to be a lot of defense going in there.
And especially considering that is a newly buffed Twin Drive, right? This is now decreasing cooldowns. It's not increasing it anymore. So the Twin Drive on Atlas is going to hold so much value. TMCT on the other side gets a little bit more control, right? A little bit more speed, fight or flight on Giovanni, allowing him to be a little bit more mobile, have his secondaries up much more as well. Glass Cannon, allowing Otsu to be a bit more offensive and fast in her own gameplay. And then Cookie's just going for stagger builds. But I do want to point out, Sake did get size, right? Which is it's not the end of the world, but it's good for Kazan. And Czar was able to snag himself an Egoist. I do wonder how much that's going to hurt the side of TMCT when Czar is just going to be so fast once that energy is full up to the flip.
Yeah, I mean, another thing as well with that Egoist will be just like the times maybe TMCT will find opportunities to kill. He will be able to dodge, as we see Sake being removed from the map, as we talked about killing. But Fang and Czar, just really nice defending going on there. Take that time until Sake comes back to the game.
Yeah, you can kind of see the difficulty that TMCT is currently having, right? Because on one side, you need to be careful to not be taken out yourself due to the just really good damage output that Kazan and Estelle can provide, as Sake finds yet again a nice angle to the side of the goal, taking the first goal. But TMCT they just kind of need to find something as well, because they're on the lower end of damage, right? They can't really play to kill, but they also can't really just force it through the side of Fury, right? You do have an Atlas on the other half of that field, and just before you saw how good Atlas can just hold it down. Here, TMCT committing 3 members to the bottom there to take 1 barrier, but still not getting a second one. And there's another aspect as well that I haven't even touched upon, and that is levels, experience, right? if you compare the experience at this point, Fury is consistently a bit higher overall. So obviously, next to just the pure damage snowball that's going to come into play, there's also just going to be a normal scaling snowball that then needs to be considered. But TMCT does find the nice kill on Giovanni and sets themselves up for a really nice dash to finish that goal to take their second goal of this game.
Really nice passive redirect there from Cookies getting that goal in. I mean, yeah, just looking at the level difference, I do think that also comes just from the fact that GFCT has been kind of dead more times than Fury. Obviously, also because of that like damage difference. Right there, nice defense. Sake is low. Don't think they will be able to kill him here though, because he does not have his special. And now he's no longer staggered, so we'll be able to just survive that, even if it comes out.
Yeah, and that is the difficulty as well for TMCT, right? Because even if Sake does get staggered, Fury has an Atlas on their team. Fury can just Atlas ultimate whenever needed to kind of diffuse those situations, as Fang, with great patience, saves that core and saves his own barrier from dropping there. TMCT does find some really nice damage both onto Zar and Sake from times, but it just never really is quite enough to fully take them out. As again, Zar is dropping really low. Does he really have any healing for himself lined up? I don't believe so, as now is going to make sure that Cookie's going to be healthy enough to be competitive and play forward. You can really kind of see the game plan that is being pursued as well. Cookies is just really, for an extended amount of time, they're just sitting on top of that Estelle, making sure she can't really be that connecting piece between forward and goalie. But the connecting piece is not needed if you see Fang walk almost all the way up to the halfway line and just set up Sake like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to see. Like it always feels like in the beginning when when the goal starts or when the kickoff is, there's always like a lot of abilities being used. Nice defense there, basically on the line as well. There's a lot of abilities used, and afterwards, like once people are low, we're gonna see that little bit of like healing come through. That little bit of a like shorter period of time. Nice flip.
Great patience from the side of Cookies there.
Yeah, and making that 2-2 as well. So
yeah, you really saw like a really strong positioning from the side of Otsuro there as well, right? Sake got a bit low and was forced to take the orb on the side of TMCT, and also immediately recognized that and just created the 3v1 up front, which allowed them so much pressure. But next goal has started. Sad Boy's angle almost twice as Fury loses one barrier. TMCT on the other hand has lost both though, and it's gonna get scary as Sake is in front of goal with a flip. Atsu calmly goes and collects that core though, and now there's a man advantage from the side of TMCT. Are they gonna be able to translate this into a goal, or are they gonna have to find other ways to deal with this Fang Atlas as he holds it down, not even having to use his flip? Gio now needs to be a bit worried so he doesn't end up dying, as a lot of damage is being pulled on top of him. Atsu with a great run there, setting herself up for that barrier, but a nicely timed primary from the side of Estelle does sneak it past, hits on Zetsuro, and takes the second set. And now TMCT needs to be a bit worried. Depending on what kind of awakenings are in this rotation, the game might be borderline unplayable for them.
yeah, we do see Deadeye being an option, but at the same time Super Search is up for that Zentaro, so might want to deny that one.
I am very intrigued to see if that Super Search does go through, and as I'm completely blindsided by Super Search, I forgot that Perfect Form was there, and Cookies does confirm himself a Perfect Form, so that's gonna do actually a lot of work for them. This is a difficult draft for the side of Fury to execute, because as you see, Zar had to deny the Monumentalist. You don't really want to give Monumentalist to now. Sure, her secondary is a light hit now, but you still don't want that to be that massive. So yeah, Zar essentially got an empty awakening here.
Yeah, because also another thing to keep in mind, it still heals, right?
Yeah.
So with Monumentalist, you still get that movement speed buff, you still get that little bit of healing, and with Monu you just have that on a larger scale. Like, it's not like the damage part or the hit part is like the only thing that's important about that ability.
Yeah, and you have to really pay attention as well to how ever-present Gio can be now with his awakenings, right? Obviously, nice little offensive play from the side of Fierce Fury there, but Gio can be basically everywhere at this point, right? Geo has an ultimate to jump across the map and have essentially a pseudo eject button for a midfielder, and he's starting to get stacks. He's starting to gain movement speed from that, and if that in and of itself isn't enough, he has fight or flight on top of that. That's going to be a bit more speed, and now secondary is also a speed boost. So there's actually a lot of mobility on the side of TMCT here that, if they play around well, could be that bit that they need to get past this Atlas, as on both sides barriers fall here.
Nice flip from Saka there. And another nice flip. And another thing about EUSL, look at that energy bar. It's basically all the way halfway again. So yeah, EUSL lets you use that flip aggressively and still have that dodge, which usually you don't have. So that's really nice for EUSL for that midfield control as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see if TMTT can come back. Obviously, it is game point right now. Last set has been going a little bit faster. And this
really nice setup.
Yeah.
Well executed from the side of Fierce Fury here. They just kind of didn't really give any, in this last point, they didn't really give any outs for the side of TMCT there. And just with enough patience, well-timed abilities, they were able to force the barrier in the end for them to take a pretty convincing 3-0 game. Now, how much of that do we think was just straight up the draft not necessarily being incredibly beneficial, right? The Awakening draft being incredibly beneficial for the side of TMCT, and how much of that do you just think Fury just played better?
I mean, Awakening draft as well, but I do also think, like, with the Kai now and Zen, you don't really have that much possibility to force through an Atlas, right? And with the Rapid Fire, I feel like Fang just had the opportunity to defend that much more, and you just don't have the power to take barriers or take goals. And with the Stel and Kazan, you have so much more moments where you can score on a Kai. So probably as well as the favorable Awakening draft, I also do have to say I do like Fierce Fury's draft a lot more in this specific game. Maybe if you have other Awakenings in the beginning, then maybe the matchup looks different. But with that rapid fire start, just Estelle and Atlas just feel like the way better combo.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest game for the side of TMCT to play through. But that's just game one, right? We have a series. We have 3 games for them to play. And even if they do find themselves on the loser side of things later on, it's not even the end of the day for them, as they would be facing Amy haters. But that's already way too much into the future. First, we are going to have a look at the next game. Fury's map pick being Taiko Temple. Arguably, it's similar map to Atlas's lab, right? The execution is going to be similar. The picks might differ a little bit, but are largely going to stay in the same realm. Do you have any maybe plan change from the side of TMCT compared to how they drafted this first game now that they should take to go into the second map?
I mean, the map obviously does want you to play a little bit different. Layout looks the same with the barriers in the center, but I do feel like it is more easy to keep that core on one side with the just the, let's say, block in the middle. As we do see Hotshot and Coloss be the Awakenings here. Again, maybe with Fierce Fury having that first pick, maybe just getting rid of something that can really control midfield right here might be beneficial, because last time Zar had the rapid fire on Estelle, really was able to just keep that core basically the entire time in the enemy half. And maybe they have to focus on that, because they basically didn't have any real offense going. The times they did get the offensive, they were more just stabs at the defense, and they went through. And Fierce Fury had just that permanent pressure on the goalie with the abilities, with the mobility as well. So maybe what we need to see from TMCT is a little bit more focus on the midfield, winning that midfield against Fierce Fury, to see them have more ability to score, more ability to take the game. and make it their own, basically.
Most definitely. And with Might of the Colossus and Hotshot, I was a bit curious what's going to happen to Juno, right? We've seen some people in EU play around with Juno on different roles, but it's not really going to matter that much because Juno does get banned up from the side of Fury, and TMCT just takes, yet again, the comfort away from the side of Zar to take away that Amy. I also kind of, as the drafts are progressing really fast, but I also want to point out, Might of the Colossus might be a really good awakening to pick for both of the forwards here, right? Especially with more size awakenings being in the pool, right? Not a single size awakening has been taken out. However, Build Different is now back in the awakening rotation, which means there's a little bit more power to be gained from something like Might of the Colossus. And I'm curious to see what the forward matchup is going to be here. I'm kind of expecting Kazan and X to be dropped. But again, picks have already gone through. The draft seems pretty solid already, right? Zar again just confirming himself that Estelle, as you mentioned as well, Estelle being really good for Hotshot. And the side of TMCT locking down that Era Atlas. Atlas most likely a deny pick from Fang.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this time I do like the defensive a lot more. Estelle, Kazan, obviously still the offensive matchup against Atsuro. But this time with Atlas, I do think he's going to be a lot better on that defense. Can have a lot more like own power to defend. Doesn't need as much support as it was with last game maybe. So Era as well with the Asher forward being picked. I do think that's a really strong like duo for forward, especially on Taiko, where you want to keep that core basically in the corner on one side. So obviously me as an Asher player myself, I do like that pick, really nice with Era especially, and to just have that like security in the background with Atlas having Hotshot as well, so keeps that ability, keeps these abilities flowing basically the entire time. And yeah, I feel like this could be a really interesting game. It is a lot more balanced from what I feel like. The only difference for Fierce Fury is basically just Kai and Estelle, or Kai and Atlas, I wanted to say. The forwards probably play the same things, and TMCT obviously saw last game didn't go well. They see another opportunity here, so they will try to like keep more of that core in the enemy half than they had with the last game.
Yeah, and I think TMCT's draft as well, it kind of puts Fury on a timer to act, right? Because Atlas, Era, Asher, they're all really going to scale well, right? The longer the game goes on, they'll always find awakenings that work well for them. And that puts pressure onto Fury, right? That puts pressure onto that Estelle and Kazan to find those barriers and find those goals early on before it's too late. Because we've seen it so often in EUSL, in group stages and playoffs on maps like Taiko Temple, that the games just kind of went on for too long. And then the team that did end up picking Era and Asher just kind of started out scaling. So I think the pressure here is definitely on Fury to find that early lead and just close this game out 3-0, because if they do not, it's going to be a very long day for them.
Yeah, I feel like even if you would go like all the way with PS3, they just win the first two sets 3-0. I do still think that the TMCT would be favored to win like the next few sets, because they will always have those awakenings. They will always have the opportunity to take just that little bit more a flexible route here, right?
Most definitely, but first set has gone underway again. As you see, two barriers dropped in total. The second one now falling for the side of Fierce Fury, as Saki is trying to make an aggressive push towards TMCT's side here. Not able to find the barrier though, right? Now, that special like defensive prowess that Fury had on their side last game is now on the side of TMCT, and now it's on Zar and Saki to find ways through that, right? So it's going to be difficult to take that last set, the last barrier for the side of Fury. It's going to be even more difficult to take that barrier if you just get scored on, as Geo finds an excellent beam through Cookies to take this first goal. But first goal doesn't mean everything, right? Last game, the first goal also went to the side of TMCT, but Fierce Fury did find their way back. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to do it again, as Cookies finds a nice edge kill on Sake. but the edge kill doesn't really matter, as Zar and Fang are putting up a beautiful amount of pressure, taking both barriers down, and a fortunate bounce towards the middle drum gets it past the immobile Atlas in goal.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say TMCT are getting like exactly what I wanted, like them being more in the enemy half, having more pressure there, and then following that, I do see this. So a little bit of a whiplash here, but still, like I do think, like you can see, they have that little bit more pressure. You can trust an Atlas more to defend, right? So. They have exactly what I wanted them to have. Still, it's going to be a hard game in the beginning, especially. But if they maybe like get one of the early sets, we're going to see something real interesting here. With TMCT maybe just also being able to just take it here.
Yeah, most definitely. And for this set specifically, you really saw Fang walk up a lot with the eject button and make good use on an offensive end there. Being the result of taking the second barrier for the side of Fierce Fury, as Sake finds a nice little angle past Atsuro in the net. And I guess that is the difficulty when you are playing something like an Atlas, right? You are an absolute one-man army if it comes down to defending a single position, but that position can't be all too big, right? You need your forwards to cover angles that he cannot be able to cover, and if both your forwards are dead, as it's starting to look like really soon, that isn't going to be very possible. But a nice primary from the side of Atsuro there does clear the core and gives TMCT a little bit of breathing room here. Fury is on the cusp of taking this first set for their own, but they still need to get it past this Atlas. Atlas also does have has a flip ready if she does need to use it. Zara needs to be a bit more careful, as Cookies is now walking up as that Asher. Asher obviously being almost an incredibly difficult forward to defend against, but Fang does find the nice barrage, does find the nice clear downwards, and the bottom just being wide open for Fury to play through as they find the bottom of the net and take the first set.
Really unfortunate there. Obviously waiting to use that flip, but then just not being in the range. That's the issue, more or less, of an Atlas with flip. As you said, you can defend, but you can't move, basically.
Yeah. This Awakening draft is going to be very interesting, though. Katsulas going to the side of Kai. Big Fish on Asher is going to be very difficult for the side of Fury to deal with. Atlas opting for the Siege Machine, but I think Fury, again, getting an Adrenaline Rush on that Kazan and a Catalyst on Estelle, they just kind of... They don't get bad Awakenings for sure. They're getting themselves a quick lead, essentially, to play off of, but it's not going to be easy considering that Asher did get a Size Awakening. And the Timeless Creator on Era as well, definitely not a bad pickup.
Yeah, but there you could see one thing I was about to mention. Being bigger can help you a lot, especially as Asher or something, but then again, we see just 2 kills and then just cleanly played out. Being bigger gives you a lot more like space you can control with your abilities, but at the same time it also makes your hitbox easier to hit, easier to be knocked out, so but you also do have to keep that in mind, as we see another really unfortunate KO and Sake just completely getting that.
Yeah, it's TMCT are just finding themselves a little bit too close to the edges, and Fury's just punishing them for it over and over again. And obviously that's going to be a difficult match to play for the side of TMCT here. If you're playing for that kind of control, right, for that kind of pressure to be built up, and it's going to be difficult to build up pressure like that if you're going to be playing on man disadvantages all the time.
This is just not okay.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of already like felt like you were going to lose that, so walking away in shame, more or less. We do see a lot of Awakenings going here. No Size Awakenings, which basically is what TMCT wants here. No Size Awakenings in this draft, and then next draft when they do come back and their comp slowly like ramps up and everything. But kinda don't have that much like good awakenings. Kazan gets that stagger swagger that maybe the Asher would want. Rapid fire obviously good for Era. And explosive entrance for Asher, not really like something you really want, but you won't say no to, right?
Yeah, most definitely. But everything that kind of TMCT would be looking for, right? Being denied there from the side of Fury again. The Stagger Swagger would have done a lot of work for Geo and the Cookies to stay up, but they can't really. The Fury just doesn't let it go through. And it's just so difficult to play for the side of TMCT here. But yeah, as the game's not over yet. Yeah.
We do see something happening for sure. Obviously, they're gonna keep playing because it is competitive.
Yeah, obviously the rules do state to play out the game, and well, not the game, but the sets. Let's hope it shall be a disconnect, and we'll see if Otto will find her way back into.
I mean, it for sure
level.
is a disconnect, but it's gonna be interesting to see if we do see a reconnect here.
Yeah.
I think that's the important part.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, the game state's already so difficult for the side of TMCT to manage, as Fury's just really found like every upper hand that they needed to find. So we'll sort this out, see how this plays out. So do stay tuned for a little bit, as we're trying to figure out the best way to handle this. Overall, though, Imek, thoughts of the game so far? What's your general read? Right, keep the conversation going a bit.
I mean, it kind of went like you would expect, right? For the side of TMCT to lose that early few sets, obviously was a lot more decisive than we might expect. Obviously, there were a lot of like double barriers taken with like the core going into the center, and just really nice setups there. But at the same time, we were expecting kind of that like TMCT would come back, right? They got the big fish, they got the rapid fire and timeless on Giovanni here. I don't remember exactly which awakenings Tsuro got, but at the same time, like they probably would help defend. So you're gonna have to see. I do expect, obviously, like the first few sets to be kind of one-sided, first one especially, but like after that, I would expect them to come back. Obviously, with now the issues we had, Atsu being back as it seems. Waiting for
yeah, her PC has crashed. Unfortunate timing for that to end up happening, but she has made her way back now, as we are now looking at Fury match point here, right? And it's an incredible uphill battle for the side of TMCT to play out here, but it's Fury's just not really giving him any chances, as Cookies finds double barriers here, is looking to create the goal here, but the double defense from the side of Fury just holding it down, and good offensive hold from the side of Fury to keep it in the side of TMCT as well, right? And if you have an Asher forward like this, it's just so much more difficult to really make use of that Asher if the core never gets to the enemy half of the field. But if it does go through and you just win every single strike war, obviously you will get rewarded with a goal like this. Well played from Cookies.
Yeah. Cookies just basically making sure to use that size exactly how it's supposed to be, right? Blocking all of the escape routes. Obviously got a nice strike there. Explosive entrance, going a little bit wonky over the wall, or over the center rather. But that's exactly what we want to see, right? Right now we do see what we wanted, with that more pressure coming through from Asher, having the opportunities to just basically entirely fucking lock down everything. You see a 2-2 coming through, we ignore that one.
Yeah, it's a nice push-up from Otto there, making use of Atlas being like that defensive wall. She finds her way all the way up field to create pressure to take that set, and now TMCT is looking very alive, right? You are looking at a 2-2. You need to find this last set here. A lot of damage onto Zar and Fang here as well, but if you do end up finding this set, there's gonna be a lot of good things awaiting you, right? The drafts still hold Awakenings that you do want to find. Fang punishing Cookie's positioning there really nicely though, and does take him out. Now it's on the side of TMCT, mainly on the Tsuro to hold down the defense here, as Cookies is Geo is close to dying, saved by the Atlas ultimate. Both barriers do end up falling, but the core doesn't go in it as the primary slightly misaimed, and the core goes in. Fury taking this winners finals in a dominant fashion with a 2-0. Well executed from their side. I think to sum it up roughly, they just found themselves the better drafts, right? They found themselves the better win cons, especially in this new patch, and they were just able to execute on it a tad bit better than TMCT.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like we were about to see like exactly what we wanted to see, but in the end, just Fierce Fury just being able to confirm what we all kind of expected. We didn't hope to see a 2-0 coming in the first series, but we kind of could expect that. Obviously, Fury has still yet to lose a single game, and this series certainly didn't look as close as we hoped.
Yes, most definitely. Fury still not having lost the game, also not having lost a set as of today. In total, I think over the entirety of EUSL, they dropped, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, 9 sets, and that was in 3 different best of 3s. But those sets are not being added onto in this game right now. Fury, congratulations, you've made it all the way up to grand finals. Are now waiting to figure out who's gonna meet you there from the lower side of the bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, it's got to be a little bit unfortunate coming from these 2 losses into the loser bracket. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit hard to get that mental reset against another really good team, right? We said it before in pre-show. Amy Haters is a good team. We do have to keep that in mind. They will be definitely taking the fight to TMCT right here, and it's gonna be a real close series. Obviously, if you go and win this as TMCT, you go back and try to rerun against Fierce Fury. Obviously you want that, but at the same time you just had these 2 honestly crushing defeats, right? And getting back from like where you are mentally right now into the state that you need to be, with like full focus, just concentration, calm down, collect your thoughts, get everything in order, and then just win against Amy Haters. That will be really hard, especially with Amy Haters obviously having all of their players back, since I don't think we have anything else with roster swaps or anything. So Rekko, Venom, and Alex waiting in that loser bracket is really scary right now.
Yeah, and that is really, as you assessed it correctly, that's going to be the challenge for TMCT, right? To just accept what's happened, reset your mental, and focus your full power into this next best of. Because this one's going to be for grands, right? Whoever loses this is going to end up third, right? Obviously, at this point, you're already guaranteed part of the prize money. But you want to take home as much as possible, right? You want to optimize it as much as you can, and the team in and of itself is definitely good enough to start competing for those at the higher levels as well. This last series just wasn't really what they needed.
Yeah, I mean, you never go into last week just saying, oh yeah, I'm third anyway, so it doesn't matter. Obviously, you want that win, right? You're not going to settle for second, you're not going to settle for third especially, right? So TMCT obviously going to be going into that next into the next set or into the next games with the mindset we want to run it back against Fierce Fury, which also can be a motivation, right? You have that like problem that you can't go with the same mentality as in, okay, it's the first series. Like obviously it was honestly somewhat of a crushing defeat, but then you can go into the next game like, we're just gonna stomp Amy Haters right here, and then we go back and stomp Fierce Fury, get the bracket reset, stomp them again. It's gonna be the greatest story, right? Can also be a motivation you can find, but getting that mental to a state where you want it to be is going to be the hard part now.
Yeah, most definitely. But with that, as we're getting everything ready for that TMCT versus Amy Hater series, we will go into a short little break. Do stay tuned for the matchup, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. And welcome back for the second series of now TMCT versus Amy haters. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm curious what's gonna be played out here. I'm curious as well. Maps are gonna be picked. Are we gonna see the standardized rotation of Atlab, Tycho, and then either Oni or Clarion, or maybe we'll see some cooking, right? They've had a bit to play on this patch. There's a chance maybe they got themselves some map preparation as well. It is the first series for Amy haters today, so very intrigued to see what they have prepared for today.
I mean, I do always hope for cooking, right? A little bit of spicy map drafting would be nice, but I do think at least for the first two maps we're gonna see a lot of the same, right? Either one of the four maps we've come to accustomed to: Atlas, Tycho, Oni, or Clarion. I do hope we see an early Clarion this time, so maybe like for third game, if that happens, we're gonna see something else, because usually Clarion is always being picked as third pick, right? So maybe we're gonna see something interesting here, but I do think like it's just gonna be 3 of those 4 maps, because I don't think like we're gonna see any Amy sap or something happening.
It would be rather amusing to see just theoretically, right, what would happen with map drafts if we remove those 3 maps, right? Because there's 10 maps overall. We usually have 7 maps in a pool. What will we, like, not thinking about how terrible the map pool would be if Atlas, Tycho, and Oni all were out. But I'm honestly just curious what teams would draft, because at this point we don't get to see other stuff. So I'm really hoping for some kind of change, but we'll see. But as you said, right, we're fully expecting some Atlab, some Oni, some Clarion, some Tycho.
I mean,
mainly because those teams enjoy it as well, right?
Yeah. If I think about like what other maps we might have, I do think obviously we only like take those 3 out. We still have Clarion, right? And Clarion would be probably favored. I do think we would see also a little bit of Aten, like being paid more. But the other maps, maybe something cooking. Obviously, we're gonna see a lot of Inkies, right?
Obviously, everyone loves Inkies. I'd argue, honestly, Aten's in the same pool because people really love that map as well. But we're still in the process of figuring this out and working on getting those map and character drafts going as the teams are preparing for the series. But overall, I'm just kind of excited to see Amy haters play. Again, I've heard some whispers about characters that they have been scrimming with, right? Obviously, which would be very nice to see on stage. But obviously there's a time and place for it. Maybe it's going to be one of these matches today. Maybe they hold it for grands. Maybe it's just pure cooking and they're not going to play it at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how this will be played out.
Yeah, or something very impressive would also be they have cooked something real spicy, right? Something like Mako and Atlas forward or something, right? And then, I don't know, Zentaro goalie, right? It's something like entirely, and they don't need it because they're just that good. That would be something like really hilarious, right? If you go like these entirely like bonkers comp that just works because they know something we don't, and then we just drop we just drop that in grand finals match 3, right?
The match 3 grand finals matchup, Zentaro goalie against, well, Kazan goalie at this point is actually not even that crazy to think of anymore. Julie goalie, of course. That one's gonna go. That's gonna go crazy.
Didn't Julie get like 10 movement speed boosts? Surely that's enough for goalie, right?
Surely that's enough to justify her in goal. Yeah, better with the eject button as well. As map drafts have now come in, and who would have guessed? Atlab into Oni Village into Clarion. Surprisingly enough, Gates did go all the way through the second ban phase. Usually that one goes in the first one, but we'll see. We'll see similar gameplay, another Atlas Lab game to start off with. Oni, I'm honestly kind of excited for, because I think Oni is a pretty high-ranking maps for both teams in this regard.
Yeah, also, we do want to see some chat activity with that copy pasta, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Can't have an Oni game without a wall of text.
Yeah. Okay, we're going into draft a lot later than expected. Looks like we have Missile Prop and Team Player start. So that Kazan ban makes a lot of sense, right? Amy ban also really good, taking the turret with Missile Prop away. That also has like Timeless, Siege Machine, Monumentalist. Like these ones just go really well with Amy, right? They really helped her be even stronger now.
Yeah. And I think
and
also, I think on the display side of things, the teams are written the wrong way around, which makes me more intrigued than everything, because we're going to see an Atsura Luna on a Missile Prop start. That's exciting. That's fun. There's going to be a lot of crazy things coming through with that, and also a Drakkar forward, going a little bit deeper in Cookie's character pool there, to set themselves up for a game like this.
Plot twist, it's actually Estelle on Cookies, and that Luna's midfield, and that's
Yes.
Estelle. Like,
Of
we
course.
just completely cooking, right?
I do think, unironically, there's a little bit of a potential cooking moment going on in the draft of Amy haters. Mainly just going off of the fact that I know Venom likes himself some Kai. But if that's going to be pulled through or not, we will see. Obviously, Ricost. I'm excited to see how well he does today, to be honest. Ricost missed out last week, right? Wasn't able to play. So Umi had to come in and sub for him. But gonna be exciting to see how well he holds up today, considering he hasn't played on the EUSL stage for at least 2 weeks now, right? It's tiebreaker week and playoffs week 1.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that I do sadly have to block you on. I don't think that's a Kai midfield. Especially, I don't think you would pick Juno goalie into Luna Estelle Drakkar. I do think that's a little bit too much of cooking.
Hey, you never know. Alex might be in the kitchen. He might be cooking up, or I'm just coping. It could be cope. It's very likely cope. But we will see once we start to get into this game. Looking at the drafts overall, do you have a favorite? Do you think one team is just better off than the other here?
I mean, if it's about like pressuring the enemy goal, it's probably going to be TMCT, right? They have basically the 3 midfielders that they can use to their own volition. But once you get to those barriers, I do think like Amy Haters just has that much more confirmation with the Rasmus, with the Juno. Juno can cover with blobs and be a menace herself with the jump, and Rasmus is just really good. But like strike secondary basically can win you every strike war in existence. So unless abilities obviously go in, then it's another story. But I do think in this regard, I would give a slight edge probably to TMCT, because that's the comp fits their playstyle more.
Yeah, also excited to see some Missile Prop Luna action, but see, I wasn't just coping. It is the Juno goalie on the side of Amy Haters here, and the Kai in midfield. Very excited to see how this one's going to play out, as both teams are now starting to get a little bit of pressure going, but TMCT finding some really good damage on Venom Yami. Obviously, if you have Juno in goal, you can just start having her midfield and your Kai defend, as the jump just barely misses and the top barrier falls from the side of Amy Haters.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that Juno is gonna be a grad goalie. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be interested to see how Alex is going to play this.
Yeah. Well, they do a really good job at rotations here. You've already seen TMCT has pumped out a decent amount of damage, given both Venom and Ricost a hard time, as they're almost about to die, but they're not going to end up dying if you just find the goal anyways, as TMCT takes this first goal. Consistently at this point, taking the first goal of every game they've played today.
Yeah, hasn't going that well for them. Maybe we're gonna see something else here, something different. It's gonna be interesting to see how this game now turns out, especially like once we get the ball rolling, right? Rekko seems to be like the entire time just on the back foot, almost takes barrier here. Just things over to level 2, which is important for Rasmus because of the hook, right? But he is, without that evade, he's always like that, just a little bit low, so he has to play a lot of the on the back foot open goal for Amy haters now. Venom also staggered, has to flip. Like,
Oh, an excellent hook from Ricosta there does find Cookies to kill him with the black hole there, but that immediately gets answered with Venom, who's been low for a considerable amount of time as well. Open goal for the side of Amy Haters.
Oh,
Sapphires
no.
Angle finds its way around the barrier as Rekos gets taken out, and TMCT now has a man advantage to play on. They have an open goal. Alex sits in goal with Flip, but do keep in mind he is playing Juno, right? Juno's not an Atlas, it's not a Kai, it's not a, well, Dubu is debatable if I still want to say it's a great defensive goalie, but is not going to be able to hold it down that much as the jump just ever so slightly misaimed, as also finds a really nice dash around that jump and takes the second goal for TMCT. I'm also very surprised with like the pure damage output that TMCT is being able to put out, honestly, because if you pay attention to it, Ricosta and Venom are continuously decently low in evades and low in HP as well. So TMCT doing a really good job putting up pressure, making use of that extra missile prop damage to gain themselves a control advantage by just continuously having someone out of the game. As Atsu again finds a lot of damage onto Ricosta, and Ricosta ends up falling to the black hole. Alex tries to go for an aggressive push here, but doesn't quite get the barrier, as Atsu finds clean clears all around. Alex with a great strike there holds onto the barrier a little bit longer, but it does end up falling as Atsu's now walking up with a flip, but the missile prop Drakkar does find its way past Juno, and TMCT takes set 1.
yeah, and really strong at that, I would say. Just going like exactly for what they want. Like they just have that much more damage and keep like using that to their advantage. We do see Stagger Swagger coming through, which is really good because they have been dealing that much damage to us. They have been doing that consistently, so it makes sense that they want to deny that from the others. And we do see Big Fish for Drakkar coming through, Catalyst for Luna, Egoist for Alex, maybe that little bit more opportunity to dodge more than anything, honestly, considering what we've seen so far with the damage output and everything.
Yeah, and the Big Fish being a really good deny to take off of that Rasmus as well, right? Rasmus holding his strength in the size of his abilities and the area control that he can provide with that. So being able to deny that definitely going to do a lot of work for you. But Ricosta does find a double barrier here, really nice hook, and then a really nice timed primary as well, as now Venom walks up and makes use of that Kai excellently on the offense. Nice place Barrage, just pushes it past Itsuro, and there's not much she can do about that.
Yeah, just really nice executed there, right? Rekko with the nice hook has that missile prop to get those long range hooks, and then just perfectly executes both barriers, and Venom just takes with the barrage. So really nice, interesting hook there.
Trying to cook himself up in offense a bit, but it does go a bit south as the core does find its way to double barrier inside of Amy Haters. Now they're dealing with an open goal. They are still 1 goal in the lead, so it's not the end of it, but Atsu sitting on that Luna in goal with that flip available. And we know how dangerous that Luna can be, especially in the hands of a player like Atsu as well. That is definitely going to be a scoring threat that needs to be taken care of or be considered, as a nice Giga Blast from the side of Venom Yami puts them in the offense again. TMCT kind of stuck on their own half right now. Atsu does end up using the flip to defend, barely doesn't get the follow-up dash on the core there, but TMCT is just holding down this bottom barrier. They are playing 3-man on the barrier, and Amy Haters just aren't really finding a way through it. They can't really find the Kai barrages to position themselves properly, and with all that time that they were really able to stall by being that defensive, they put Venom Yami out of the game. They end up finding the kill. Really nice defense from the side of 80 Haters, but now they're a player down. A really nice flip from Cookies, finds himself in front of the net and puts it to the side. Very well executed from the side of TMCT, but they needed to work for it quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, just really nice defense there. Not losing the last barrier. Obviously, Luna doesn't have that many like defensive options once your barriers are gone, right? You don't have the possibilities of like Kai or Amy or whatever. Ooh, a little bit too close there from Gio on the wall. No, but Luna doesn't have that many like defensive options, right? She's a little bit more immobile. Another one.
Yeah, Rekos just really finding those punishes with that Rasmus whip, right? Being able to just 3 primaries, all with like maximum value. 2 of them ended up in a kill next to on someone that was a little bit too close to the edge, and the last one staggering both Geo and Cookies to get the core in. Really well played from Rekos, and just showing why he is the main forward for this team, right?
Yeah, I mean, that just looked really illegal, honestly. With like the perfect primaries like 3 times in a row. Like, just have to. What a nice angle as well on that flip there.
Really nice flip, finds the gap as Rekos sets Venom up with a nice pass to flip in front of goal, and Luna kind of suffering the same fate as Juno, right? Really good in being able to help offensively, but not being a solid wall in the back is, like you mentioned before already, right? An open goal is so difficult for her to defend. So they do find the flip into the net as we go into this next draft.
Yeah.
Hot shot is on the board. It's never going to Juno though, and Rekos knows that and picks it up for himself.
I mean, it's never gonna go to EUSL either, so
yeah.
We do
Prime
see
time being a
explosive
pretty big pickup here though.
Yeah, explosive entrance on that Estelle, just to keep a little bit more area covered. I feel like it's also really nice, and Cookie's getting that unstoppable. So center seems a little bit less scary now. Not that any team honestly has played around it or even used it that much, but it's still something on that this map that you can like use to damage if you have that unstoppable.
Overall, though, I think Gaming Hitters really found themselves in a beneficial situation there for the draft, right? They were able to pick themselves up a hot shot, which is really good for the Rasmus. Twin Drive's going to allow Alex to be a lot more active up front as well with his Juno jump. And Primetime on Kai, I don't think I need to elaborate on why that's good, right? But you can get all the awakenings you need if you drop the barriers first. You're going to find yourself in these situations. Amy Edge is doing a really good job defensively there to keep on holding it down as Rekos finds himself a nice little setup with his primary to yet again take a barrier that also can't really do anything about. Also trying to go up with a dash, does find the core flip and hits it right past Alex and then with both of their abilities being on cooldown. Well executed from the side of TMCT.
Yeah, I mean, what we just saw was as well the thing I spoke about in pre-show, right? Just Alex holding down the entire goal with that Juno, a lot more effective as I was expecting as well. Unfortunate double barrier here, but Venom with that prime time also like helping a lot, and we see another kill with primary.
Yeah, Rekos found the damage on Geo as now Amy Hitters are playing on a man advantage. Venom in front of the barrier there with a flip. Also used the barrage and flips in front of goal. The angle's sadly not being very beneficial for him as TMCT does get the core onto enemy side again. Geo again really low. The damage is being found on the side of Amy Hitters. Rekos not quite able to finish him off though, as Venom also gets really low. Not really much he can do, and 0 evades. If he gets hit by a few too many Drakkar shotguns, he's also going to go down. A lot of offense coming out. Also with the dash up, trying to find the goal there, but not able to assist quite enough as Geo uses that explosive entrance, gets a little bit of extra distance to get all the way up to the core and find himself a nice setup to beam it right past Alex.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what you want with that explosive entrance, right? Cover as much ground as possible and just take that the exact like position where you want it to be. So really well done from Geo there. Even after like being knocked out that round as well. Right now, the offense from TMCT just looks that much more clean, right? They have so much more pressure. Juno can't defend that well right now.
What a nice execute.
We do see Venom also suffering from the center.
Yeah, you mentioned it correctly, right? There's just so much pressure that the side of TMCT is able to find here, and that's a good sign for them overall, right? After the Fury series, the question is, are they going to be able to recollect themselves? Are they going to be able to execute on their next game plan? And you can see right here, they're doing that excellently, as yet again, they find a kill on Rekos. Alex with a nice jump is able to defuse the situation for a little bit, but it just sets up TMCT for another attack. As the blobs are helping a bit with keeping the core on the enemy side, Rekos back on the field now, but are they going to be able to get it past Otto Luna? Just barely, that flip saves it, but Otto again back to defend it. The ult almost taking her own barrier, but not quite, as now Venom is trying to set himself up for a run, but it's just so difficult, and a really nice stagger from the side of Cookies to deny Alex that clear and takes this third set of the game, putting TMCT one set away from winning this first match.
I don't think we've seen anything else but 3-0s in sets right now. So
I don't remember, but it's possible.
I do remember second one was 3-0 as well. We do see extra special for the Luna or Deadeye, yeah, being taken off. Rasmus will get one size eventually. They're 3 up, so he does take build, which will increase his impact abilities and gives that 30% size instead of the Might of Colossal gives 15, and Rampage obviously is the stacking one. Do see 1-2 punch on Juno, which also will be something they're happy to pick up. But a lot of damage right here already on Venom, basically already being staggered.
Yeah, that is something that Amy Hedges just needs to be so careful of, as Rekos just barely misses that core. But Atsu has now been given kind of like Luna Exodia, right? The only thing you're kind of missing is extra special and specialized training, rest in peace. As Atsu is now looking at a missile prop Deadeye, and obviously as a Luna enjoyer, that's going to be very difficult to play around, especially considering Kai being one of the more squishy characters. Venom isn't going to have a great time trying to survive against that. He did find himself Chrono Boost, which is going to help him with survivability a little bit, but it's still going to be difficult for him to execute, as Amy Haters find themselves 2 barriers and are now trying to defend their last barrier on their own.
Yeah, and you see exactly what I was expecting to see. Like just that giant amount of pressure being poked out by TMCT, right? Really nice stun going forward from Atsuro, and just getting that little bit of blocking for his
a little bit unfortunate with the communication there. The Luna ultimate kind of denying Cookies to flip angles there as the core bounces back, and Rekos immediately able to take advantage of that, setting themselves up. And if there hasn't been a set that wasn't 3-0 so far, this is your first one.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see close games, close sets as well. Both teams kind of got what they wanted, somewhat. I mean, we have 1-2 on Juno. We do see a kill, a bad flip as well, unfortunately.
But they are in a man advantage for the side of Amy Haters now, but they can't really find the way through this Strakar and Luna. So Estelle does find her way back onto the map now, as Amy Haters again is playing against an open net on their end. Need to find this last barrier, but ooh, really nice kick up from the side of Venom Yami there. Sets himself into a man advantage as the team player comes into play from the side of Alex to give that red core a lot more lethality to it as the top barrier falls and Venom controls the core on the bottom. Swiftly puts it next to Atsu into the net. Again, Luna, right, has the range, but difficult to make use if you are trying to defend an open net.
Has range, but small.
Yes. Venom already on death's bed, though, with being hit by basically all of Luna's abilities there. Alex does have a defensive flip, he doesn't end up using it, finds a really nice angle through there, and it's, I don't even know, Geo died to something there. Really well played from the side of Amy Haters, as they now take the second barrier.
Once again. I do think it was Giga once again.
The Giga Goat's just really finding everything he needs to make use of this Kai midfield. Really well played from Venom's side, as Amy Hitters just, they're taking a lot of damage still. Rekko's about to die, but really nicely coordinated yet again. The primary from Rasmus being able to stagger the Luna in goal, and even if that wasn't in play, the barrage was coming up from the side of Venom as well to slow Luna down, that the core still gets through without Luna being able to do anything. And this draft could be a little bit spicy. We have a rapid fire here. Kai already has a prime time. Is he going to pick up the rapid fire prime time? I expected it. That's going to be a lot of barrages.
That's in fact going to be a lot of pressure as well. But again, he won't have any survivability. So that's going to be the interesting part. He has all of the abilities, but will he be able to use it?
Yeah, you really saw TMCT has been putting a lot more pressure onto Venom, but it's the thing is in last Awakening round as well, Venom Yami was able to pick up the Chrono Boost, right? And that's going to help him with survivability. Not because he's more tanky, but because it's just so much more harder to hit, right? The Luna skill shots are difficult to land consistently, and he still takes a lot of damage, but it's not as much as he
nice
potentially
hook.
could have. Really nice dash touch from the side of Rekos there, is able to enable himself to take that double barrier, but really nice strike wars from the side of Cookies and Geo there to just take the bottom barrier and sneak it through the defense of Alex and Venom Yami there.
Yeah, but something I just realized as well, with Venom being low the entire time, right, and kind of having to take those orbs, Alex took Pondera, so if he's gonna take those, like, in quotation marks, own orbs, then he's gonna deny his goalie as well, so he has to find some way to not get damaged as much, right, to, like, get full usage out of all of their awakenings here.
Yeah, most definitely. But right now, TMCT needs to be a bit careful as both their forwards are on the halfway mark with HP. Luna making a really good push offensively there to continue to keep Alex occupied as the core does find its way through the Juno goalie. And we're now at match point for TMCT. Amy Hater still needs to find 3 more goals, but if TMCT finds themselves another goal here, they're going to be taking set 1 of the series, and it's looking very likely they do. They found a nice little bottom barrier there. They almost have 3 flips. Tsura already has his. Really nice offense from the side of Cookies there to take the top barrier. Natsu just flying in with that Luna dash, flipping in front of net, and there's just not really anything you can do if you're Juno anymore at that point. As TMCT takes this first game of the lower bracket finals, and we go on to the next map.
Yeah, I mean, just a really nice game, right? Going to set 5, but in the end, just really TMCT just having a lot of pressure, right? You can't keep that pressure, like you can't keep your barriers or the core out of your half with that much pressure, right? You have the Drakkar with the primary and special who can just keep the core in your own half if he wants to. DSL with just great range, especially with that explosive entrance, right? Having the distance as well. We saw that I think 3 or 4 times, where you could just cover both sides with basically one ability, and Atsuro just going forward the entire time, pressuring that honestly weak defense kind of. Obviously, Alex still made it work really well, but there are some things even Alex can't defend, right?
Yeah, and right, there are just certain limitations to Juno goalie. And I think the difficulty this time for Amy Haters was, if you have a quick glance at the redirects, that Venom wasn't really able to involve himself as much as he would have wanted on a Kai, right? He just had to deal with so much survivability, so much damage being dealt over the course of the game, that he wasn't really able to make that Kai shine as much as possible. Still, overall, really close game, right? We went all the way to set 5, but in that last set, the difficulties for the side of Amy Haters just kind of surfaced more as Venom was just taking out of the game, and then you have a Juno goalie somehow trying to connect the core all the way up to Rasmus, and that's just going to be difficult to do no matter what.
Yeah.
But that was game 1. That was a game that was entertaining, close for certain, so intrigued to what's going to happen on this next map. I do believe that is going to be Oni Village. Do you have anything you're expecting on a map like this? Any pick? Do you think the Juno goalie gets a run back? Because I'd be very surprised if it does.
I do not expect Juno goalie run back. I do expect something I don't remember. We've seen it's sad to say this, but we've seen it a lot in solo queue before season reset, with like things like the car, like picking up in priority, right, on that goalie position. Maybe we see that one, or we just see like the safe variants with Kai or Atlas, maybe just getting a handshake of goalies. Gonna be interesting to see. Obviously, Oni is a faster map, a more open map, so we're probably gonna keep that exact thing going with the Estelle in every game, or maybe for once she will be banned, because we do have seen Estelle every single time being piloted twice by Zar and once by Geo, so it's gonna be interesting to see. Every time Estelle has been picked, she has won, so
yes, 100% win rate.
Out there.
And I don't think that's going to change in Only Village, right? As you said, Estelle is a really strong pick on that map. So I'm excited to see what's gonna be played there. I'm also excited at just generally like the goalie picks that are gonna come out. I know there's a different amount of like Alex has a decent amount of different picks that he can be executing in Only Village, right? The Atlas, the Kai. He's fond of an era. He could play it Rakar. I'm more curious on the side of Otsu there, what she's gonna opt into playing as we go into Only Village with a Big Fish and Orb Ponderer start. Big Fish to me says Erasmus is gonna be most likely in that 2-3 pick.
Yeah, I mean it's not gonna be like, or it's a ban.
Or it's a ban. That is the
or
other
it's
option.
a ban.
I wanted to say initially it's a ban, but I guess the game plan from TMCT here is pretty clear. They banned Erasmus and probably secured themselves that Estelle pick.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Records is just a really good Rasmus player. He has been playing Rasmus consistently in the times he has played, so makes sense to just take that away. We do see Kazan ban as well coming out, and the Estelle pick once again, first pick on Oni Village. So Amy Haters has to hope that they get to break that 100% win rate on Estelle.
Most definitely they do. They do have the benefit now, though, of being able to prio pick themselves the forward character and the goalie character. And I'm curious what they're going to opt for the forward here, right? Because 2 forwards have been banned, and I think for Oni Village, there's not really a large pool of characters that can be executed well in that forward position, right? There is obviously the Rasmus and the Kazan are really good. We've seen plenty of Zentaro, and most of the other forwards after that get a little bit more niche. I wouldn't say something like Asher, Julie, or X is really anyone's favorite for a map like Oni Village.
Yeah.
There's even a chance that someone like Cookies pulls out another Drakkar forward if it is left open. So interesting to see what the players are going to be opting for here as Amy Hater secures himself the confident Kai pick. It is also a really good flex pick, and if anyone's familiar with LS from League of Legends, I think he would cream himself over this. Because the Kai Drakkar pick is flexible in so many ways. You could flex the Drakkar although in literally every single role. The Kai is a flex pick between goalie and midfield. So really not a lot of information for TMCT to go off in this position. Intrigued what Amy Haters is going to do. The likely result is going to be Kai goalie and Drakkar midfield, or Drakkar midfield and Kai goalie though.
Yeah, I mean we do know. For anyone who does care and remembers Reko's stream description, always has included that little bit of trivia saying best Kai forward EU, and has been played a lot. So maybe we do see a little bit of cooking with that Kai forward, right? We do see Zentaro and Luna being picked up, so it's gonna be interesting to see what the last pick will be. And honestly, I hope they do play Kai forward here.
Yeah, I'm also very happy to see that Luna pick for the side of TMCT. Atsura just really noticing that it worked last game and just sticking with that comfort. Arguably the only player that is going to be able to execute a Luna on a high level on a map like this, as Amy here just close it out with a Juno. And at this point, honestly, At this point, I can see Venom on Juno. I can see Reko on Kai and Drakkar goalie. So I said before the draft starts, I was expecting a Drakkar goalie. Something like Juno could be piloted by both Venom and Alex, obviously. But like the Kai just feels like forward, right? Would you put Reko on Drakkar or Juno? I don't think so. I think I would. Like, the difficulty is all 3 of these players I know are able to play these picks, and that's why I'm so confused. I think if we're talking purely like optimal, personally, purely optimal to me would be having Kai in net to deal with the difficulty of Estelle beams and Zentaro just being Zentaro. The Juno in midfield and the Drakkar up front, but it could go anyway. So I'm actually very excited to see how Amy is going to be playing this game out and how they are opting to disperse those characters.
I mean, we're gonna see some funny things, that's for sure. Because these characters can be played anywhere, but obviously I have my preferences, you have your preferences, and I just hope that I'm right.
I just hope that I'm right. I mean, can't say anything more accurate than that, as we're now gonna load into the game. Again, Otsu on the Luna goalie, gonna be exciting to see. As you were correct, it's Kai Daddy in full action up front.
Is-
Rekost on that Kai forward, Venom in the Juno midfield, and Drakar in net.
It is Kai Daddy coming full circle right here, right? You just love to see it when a player, basically on his way to like be knocked out of the tournament or keep having those chances, be on that main character, be on that comfort pick, right? It's just gonna be interesting to see how they will do that. As we speak, unfortunate death by Alex there, a little bit too far to the wall.
Yeah.
And
Plot twist, it was a Juno goalie after all, because the Drakar just disappeared. No, really well executed from the side of TMCT, because right, Kai has a lot of offensive power, but if you paid attention during that set, he wasn't able to play. There's so much damage being pumped into him continuously as Zentaro and Estelle find themselves a lot of damage. 2 barriers falling, but it's only village. No one really... It's as long as you keep one barrier, right, it's pretty fine, as TMCT is trying to set themselves up for another barrier, but again, you can see Rekost just losing so much HP here. And there is an Orb Awakening to start off with. Alex did opt for it, Rekost went for the big fish, so the same kind of thing happens again as you mentioned last game, right? To some degree, Rekost is gonna have to start denying orbs from his own goalie for survivability. But as of right now, he seems pretty alright, as Venom finds himself a nice little blob to set himself up top. TMCT is looking to take this top barrier, though. They are sitting on 3 flips. I'm expecting one to be used, as Cookies immediately uses it. The nice offensive play from Otsu sneaks his way through Venom Yami and flips to score, as TMCT is now looking at a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they have 3 flips, use 2 to score. Obviously, it's 2-0 for TMCT, but I do think that's still something the Amy haters like to take, right? It's a lot harder to play against people with that core flip up. So they do lose their barriers, which is obviously something you don't want. Have to use the flip as well to dodge and for offense. But yeah, they are definitely on the back foot. Alex defends that really well, gets his abilities back up.
And I think TMCT is just setting themselves up so nicely for attacks, right? They're positioning themselves properly to attack one small corner as all 3, and there's not really much you can do against that if you are the Drakar. You need your Kai and your Juno to be able to help out, but if they're not in the proper position, that's going to be difficult to do, as Rekost finds himself in a nice little setup at the top, using his barrage to push it past the Luna, taking this first goal that is much needed. But still plenty of work for the side of Amy haters to do. As overall, TMCT does feel like they're a little bit more controlled in the way that this map is currently being played out.
Yeah. I mean, this is a lot different from what we saw in the first few games, right? Or first 2 games against Fierce Fury. They're permanently on the back foot this time. I feel like they have a lot more agency on their own. They can decide the game flow a little bit for themselves. Obviously, every single kickoff we do see 2 barriers being lost right away, because that's just how Night Market, how Oni Village is played most of the times, and especially with like Luna goalie and Drakar, they don't have that mobility to defend both. As we see, actually, nice defense, nice offense here from TMCT taking first set.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult for Alex to defend that, right? You have a Drakar, that's basically what you have, your shotgun, your strikes, but you're dealing with Estelle beams, you're dealing with the Estelle ultimate there, and the Estelle ultimate just pushes the core directly into their Zentaro, who's just gonna have a primary ready to force even more, so difficult to defend. This Awakening draft, though, giving some light, some kind of hope for things to improve. For both sides, really, because the Egoist on Kai is going to do a lot of work, right? The Egoist being a really strong Awakening. But on the other hand, there's a perfect form that went to Zentaro. And Rekost already had some difficulty staying healthy before. Then I wonder if that's going to change a bit more now, or if he's going to be able to use that speed and that energy that he gains from Egoist to keep himself alive a bit longer.
I mean, that's obviously what you want as Amy Haters right now. Keep her forward a little bit more alive than he was the previous goals. And we've seen a lot of Kais die today. Unfortunately, because again, he is that swishy character, right? He has a lot of speed, but... oh!
Really great punish from the side of Amy Haters there. They just found the gap. Atsu just ever so slightly overcommitting there. And the pass does go past the Luna there. So Reko's just able to put it into the open net as Amy Haters find their first goal of the set.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too close to comfort, playing it down instead of up.
Venom almost taking his own barrier there. A lot of trust in Alex.
short goalie check as well. We just like to see that, right? Just making sure your goalie's awake.
Yeah, making sure he's ready to play. As 2 barriers fall overall. Now again, we're back to the ever so known Oni Village game state of both teams only have 1 barrier to defend, and it's just a question of time until one of them falls. As a nice flip kills off Venom and takes us up area decor, ever so slightly bouncing around the goal there, as Reko's now trying to make most use out of his speed to just keep the core on enemy side. Venom Yami is now back on the field, but TMCT still looking at a pretty strong energy advantage. Estelle has flip and Luna has flip. I'm expecting one of them to start looking to use that offensively. As a nice dash from Atsu almost catches Alex. A flip in front of net from the side of Giovanni. Does go out, but a quite miscommunication. It's ever so slight miscommunication between Venom and Alex. Sets themselves up for failure as Giovanni stands in the exact right position to score.
Venom strikes it back up. They had it defended. It's really unfortunate, but I mean they had like just a really hard defense going there, right? And in the end, it sadly doesn't work out. But we see again, like Reko, even though he keeps having to dodge, right? He keeps having that little bit of damage coming through. He is able to stay healthy, to stay alive with all the dodges, right? Ego's really helping him here. With that, we do see again a lot of flips happening, missing flip on Cookies here. Reko does have that speed now with Egoist. He's not able to capitalize off it.
Yeah, you can see the difficulty that Amy Haters comp has at this point, as Rekos finds a really nice flip to take the bottom barrier. Amy Haters keeping up the pressure here, making sure that the core doesn't go too far into their own side, because Cookie's finding his way through. As Amy Haters is trying their best to set themselves up in an offensive manner that Luna can't really defend. But overall, the difficulty from the side of Amy Haters, it appears to be, is that final push through the net. Atsu just ever so slightly hitting it into the wrong direction, directly into the Kai Barrage. Nicely predicted from Rekos to take this point. But overall, I'd say that Amy Haters, at this point, they're kind of lacking the surefire take on the barrier, right? The TMCT has Zentaro with his abilities. They have an Estelle beam to just hit it through the goalie as well, right? It's just so much easier for them to set themselves up to take a barrier. Meanwhile, the best that Amy Haters has on their side is the Kai Barrage. And that Kai Barrage also quite often has to go to midfield control, as TMCT is just playing so oppressively. As Cookies finds the kill on Venom Yami up there. Also with a really nice dash, almost puts it in, ever so slightly misangled. Reko's almost clearing it out as well, as Gio follows it up really nice with a teleport to take this second goal for the set, putting us into a goal 5 situation. And I think this is going to be a rather important point, right? If TMCT finds this goal, they are now 2-0 in sets, and Amy Haters can't really afford to make any more mistakes at that point.
Yeah. I mean, we do see like just the usual happening, right? Both teams losing a barrier, but I feel like every time it's a lot like cleaner on the sides of TMCT where they get the barrier. But at the same time, like we do need Amy Haters to just like show up honestly and get those barriers, right? They are in that situation. If they lose this game, they won't be able to continue, right? And we do see the run back of TMCT. Nice kill, getting the stagger and the primary on the Zentaro here. No, but to come back, like they do need to get this right here, otherwise they're in a really bad position.
Yeah, most definitely. Reko's almost finding the barrage to push it past the Luna, but Atsuro being awake enough to hit the flip and clear that situation. And now Amy Haters again on the defensive end here. The beam doesn't really find anything. A nice clear from the side of Venom Yami puts it into enemy half, but it's being swiftly returned by Itsuro. Venom Yami needing to be a bit careful. Low on HP, only one evade left. Rekko's trying to run up with a barrage. A nice angle though, completely shuts down any clear angle from the side of Itsuro, as Rekko finds himself the first set for Amy Haters. Well executed towards the end. And that's really what they need to look for, right? Those barrages are really your only tool to get it past that Luna, and if you do not have those ready for the time when you need them, it's becoming so much more difficult of a game.
Yeah.
Kai is gonna pick up what here? He does end up picking up the hot shot to deny that from the Estelle. Curious how the rest of this draft plays out, because the prime time still goes on to Estelle. Obviously, the glass cannon being a good pickup for Luna as well. A little bit of damage, extra movement speed, never hurt a Luna before. Super Surge being denied off the Zentaro, and also being a decently alright awakening for Juno to give Venom Yami a bit more control and a bit more area to cover. And lastly, team player on Alex, gonna be able to do a lot of work as well. And I didn't even notice before, I apologize, Alex is sitting on double orbs. That also massive thing to consider.
Yeah, sadly hasn't been able to like use that much outside of like just a little bit cooldowns here and there, because he is kind of forced to play really defensive here, right? With the Estelle and Zentaro combo, he is not being able to defend.
Zentaro ultimate almost saving that core there, but it just set themselves up to be adding on top of the goal a kill onto Venom Yami. So Alex being able to hold on to his orbs. I do think Amy Haters does need to be a bit more concerned if TMCT ever find a kill onto Alex.
Yeah, something I just realized as well. Now that Kai has the Egoist, I don't think they're trying to like deal any damage to him anymore. But Venom keeps being like that low. Just really nice barrier take and flip here.
Yeah, really nice offense, but the HP bars are just dropping, right? Venom doesn't have an evade. Rekko still has 1.5 evades up, so he's gonna be able to survive, setting himself up for a nice evade. The strike shot from Alex excellently diffusing that 4-flip, but they, again, Amy Haters they do find the barrier, actually. I was about to say they're just kind of able to hit it into the opposite side, but not setting themselves up nicely for it, but they are able to coordinate themselves and attack there. As the core almost goes in, Atsu ever so slightly being able to save it, but hits it into a Kai barrage again, and you're really starting to feel that impact of those Kai barrages, right? That oppressive force that you can have up front if you play something like Kai forward.
Yeah, and with the additional like hot shot, obviously it's not gonna make the core go faster, right? But it is going to make those barrages hit more often and be more consistent, basically. Again, like every time he hits it, he gets more abilities. He gets to be more like be placed on these other positions, and it's just like Luna can't defend that well, right? Against especially like something like Kai. So we just have to see what TMCT goes here now. They still kind of have the like hand on the game, but Juno just really annoying right here with the defenses, and we do see Alex keep that core flip. I think he has it now for like 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, and Rekko's again finding himself a nice little angle to just make use of that barrage and just push it through. TMCT needs to kind of find an answer to stop the core to get all the way up front to Kai, but again, that's also going to be difficult, right? Because you're playing against a Juno, you're playing against a character that has so much midfield control and can just be so incredibly oppressive, but TMCT needs to find some way around it, as both teams again drew up one barrier. It's not the end of the world. Giovanni setting himself up with a nice flip though, confirms himself that second barrier, as TMCT are now looking to translate this into the second goal of this set. Rekko's trying to get the core up front, uses his barrage for it, so he won't have it for the barrier itself, as Venom falls back and helps on the defensive end. Cookie's just continuously harassing Alex, forces out the flip from him as well, so Alex now on no evades. Cookie's in front of net, does pop the flip, not able to find the goal though, as again, Amy Haters just really holding on nicely on their defensive end here, not quite dropping or making any mistakes that would be punished with a goal, but also not really able to set themselves up in a way where they can get a lethal attack going, right? The core goes to the enemy side, but Tsuru is just positioned so well in a way that she can always receive the core and clear it out before it really gets into any danger. But again, the TMCT also aren't really quite able to find a way past Alex and Net. It's looking like a borderline stalemate at this point.
Yeah, we're looking at just two goalies playing the core back and forth. Oh, that looked like he hit it perfectly when it went across the line. I do think that core went back out at the goal.
Yeah, that is ever so slightly late on that hit, but it's still one more goal before the set goes down. As again, both teams do take a first barrier, and we are back to the old 1-1 situation on Oni Village. As Venom Yami takes a considerable amount of damage, needs to go and take that goalie orb, so Alex does not have those cooldowns to work with. The Super Surge jump coming in to cover that distance and take that bottom barrier. Now Amy haters have everything they need to take this next set. Can they set themselves up nicely, though, to get themselves into a lethal position up front as Cookie's in front of barrier and uses flip to ever so barely gets past Venom, but the very last barrage hit of Ricoste there, denying the clear from Mitsuru's side, as Ricoste now is securing Amy haters this second set, and Amy haters is now one set away from forcing a game 3.
Yeah, we do see something the Zentaro really doesn't want to see. We see 3 awakenings that give size and 1 Deadeye. I don't think Zentaro's gonna get anything he wants here. They're just gonna deny him.
I would be very surprised if any of them do go through. But I mean, I heard Creation Awakenings on Centauro might be the new meta, you know. So he has to take.
He has to take Speech Machine for the passive, like everything else.
Yeah, at least some value. What I mainly want to look at in this is Chrono Boost for Kai is going to do a lot of work for Ricoste's mobility there. Rapid Fire for Juno as well is going to create so many more blobs to be working with as the core finds its way past it, sort of just barely, and that second barrier drops. There is also another angle of scariness, though, because Luna did find herself a Deadeye, and I mean, we've seen it on the Atlab game, what Atsu can do if she does have a Deadeye in her kit. But Venom Yami using Juno just well enough there to just overwhelm Matsura on the defensive side as Amy Haters takes the first point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much more offense now, right? Alex as well, I just realized, has taken basically almost every stackable thing a goalie could take. The only thing he doesn't have is the stacks, but also that's already been taken. So if they ever kill him, right, he's gonna lose a lot, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of momentum lost, but they opt to kill Ricoste instead. Ricoste obviously being harassed by the Centauro continuously. Centauro now also being a bit low. They just barely missed that barrier, but Atsu being offensive enough to be able to retrieve that. There's now 2 flips on the side of TMCT. Cookies does end up dying, but so does Alex, and that is massive. That's all of his orbs gone.
He is no longer orbing. He used to be.
That's gonna hurt so much for the defensive power from Alex, right? Those orbs were giving him so many more shotguns that he really should have had access to. So that is a massive kill for the side of TMCT, and on top of that, they also did find themselves another goal as well, right? So now Alex has that little bit, that short period of kind of setting himself up again to get those stacks, to be able to play the way he needs to. Also trying to go offensive here with a flip, not quite able to find the barrier though, but again, Luna just pumping out damage with that ultimate, with that crater, with those missiles. So Ricoste again sitting at half HP already.
Yeah, but at the same time he has so much mobility, right? Really nice barrier defense there. I thought it was gone, but Alex just being Alex.
Yeah, he just got it at the very last second. Cookies now needs to be a bit careful. He does have flip, tries to make use of it probably here, but needs to make sure that he doesn't end up dying. The barrage going a little bit the wrong way there, but the intent of it was good, as Alex is now back to being a bit low, but so is Cookies. Are either of them gonna die? Alex sets himself up nicely to murder on the Drakar goalie. Well executed, as now Amy haters are looking at a man advantage play. Flip in front of the net from Venom Yami, and he finds the flip into the top of the net. And let's get themselves 1 goal away from taking the second game and forcing a game 3.
Yeah, Alex again, only 2 orbs away from that nice 5 stack point. And already having 2 points on that prize fight as well. So that little bit more damage might be good to defend and attack as well, because you do want power to like get the core forward as fast as possible, honestly, to get your cooldowns back, and that seems to be something Alex can do right now. Unfortunate double flip, and will be double barrier.
That is very unfortunate. 2 flips being used there, slight miscommunication, and then the core also just flies past. Now Amy haters are looking to be in a really strong position here to set themselves up for the second game win. Really nice evades coming out as Kai is now in a 1v1 situation, also finding a nice little clear past Kai before he's able to do anything, and Venom Yami needs to be a bit careful here. He's getting a bit low. He does have 1 evade. Cookies does get taken out by Kai. Are they going to be able to find the goal though? No, Otsu with a nice strike. Really good blob usage from Venom Yami, forcing it past Utsuro. Nothing she can really do about it as Amy haters takes the second game and forces a game 3 on Clarion's test chamber.
We do have a series. We do, in fact, have one.
We are now officially in series territory. Yeah, I mean, this game was really well executed from the side of Amy haters. Just really making use of those oppressive picks that they went for, right? Rakara, Kai, and Juno are all kind of difficult picks to work around. So they took everything they needed and just eventually out-controlled the side of TMCT.
Yeah, I mean, like, they killed Alex, but Alex can just restack those orbs, obviously. Those 5 stacks only increasing debuffs it gives, so, like, he's still orbing, right? He's still got that orb, like, the buffs it gives. I think they're just halved or something. Also, another funny thing I just realized, nobody in TMCT had less than 29.9 thousand damage. And Rekko and Alex both sitting at a comfortable 9,000 damage. And they were not doing anything, but had about the same amount of kills. So you can see they just went for core, nothing else, and still were able to just close this out. Really nice to see. I think that's the biggest difference I've ever seen in damage, and I've ever seen in damage, honestly, because Cookies alone, I think, outdamaged everyone else on the enemy team.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, TMCT's with the Luna in goal, right? You do have the option to pursue a lot more damage-oriented comps. Or a lot more damage-oriented gameplay, and they just opted in for that, especially because you are going up against a Juno and Kai forward. If you are playing something like Luna and Gold, that's going to be really difficult to defend against. So the best way to deal with that is just take out the enemy. Don't let them attack you. If they're dead, they can't attack you. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough to take them out fully, and Amy haters did find themselves those 3 also important sets. And yeah, the next game that's going to be played is going to be on Clarion Test Chamber. I'm curious to see what picks are coming out here. We've seen a decent amount of different picks coming out there. There's also been some constants, right? Like Zera's played Luna in both games, has had a good showing on Luna in both games as well. Just Oni Village just wasn't necessarily the easiest map to translate a pick like that on. Kai has always had a certain amount of presence, and so has Estelle. So I'm curious to see what they're going to draft for here.
Yeah, we do see Timeless and Orb on Clarion, right? Orb's something Alex will probably take once again, because he is one of the goalies that takes Orbs regularly. He likes to be snacking on those while waiting on the enemies, right? We do see Amy haters being second pick once again. I do think they had that last time around as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. This time, maybe we're not going to see an Estelle. Would be the first of today. Estelle has a really high prior right now. It seems like she's just the perfect amount of broken that you always want to pick it, but not broken enough, so you want to ban it, right? So you have that a bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to say I'm really interested. Like, the Estelle pick is going to be great in this situation, or I'm expecting it to come down in any way. But I'm not that sure. I know a lot of people that would love to play a rune now that Timeless Creator is back. Be that in goal or be that outfield. I'm curious if any of these teams are toying with the idea of a rune midfield, or potentially even rune goalie, due to Timeless being one of the starting Awakenings. As TMCT opts to ban out the Amy, makes sense. Good character, especially if you have a Timeless for free. And the Kazan ban, again, targeting that strong pick that Cookies is able to pilot, makes sense as well.
Yeah, I mean, as well, I don't think we're gonna see Rungoli, because I mean, Alex can probably play anything, but I don't think Atsuro has that pick prepared, in quotation marks. So if anything, I would probably see it on Venom or Geo. Maybe we've seen Geo play all positions. Maybe they even want to cook a little bit. I've seen Cookies play a little bit of Rune myself. I do more like associate him with Rune than Geo, honestly.
Most definitely. But Asher was the first pick. That going to the side of TMCT, Asher being a pretty solid pick on a map like Clarion, right? It's a lot of stuffing potential, a lot of maps being beneficial for that stuffing gameplay as well. And Amy Haters responding with Kai again, right? Again, I think Venom has played Kai. No, wait, Venom's played Kai in the first game, and Recoast has played Kai in the second game. Maybe they're going for the Trinity. Could it be Alex Kai?
I mean, we're going to see as well Estelle being picked up as the second rotation, which also marks the first, because so far we've always seen Estelle first pick. So yeah, finally we do see something else than before, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to pilot what. I do believe that Estelle will be midfield though.
That is a comp and a half. TMCT opting for the Asher Now era. There's going to be a lot of buffing and a lot of speed coming out. I'm intrigued to see how that is going to be played out. It essentially is a comp that's just kind of looking at the enemy team and saying, yeah, we're just going to buff the Asher as much as we can, and you can't deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do think this game is going to be just Asher being buffed by anything, just looking at the entirety of Amy Haters, looks at them defending, like all three standing in the goal, and just saying, nah, I'd win, and just dash primaries and wins against anything with the size boost, with the movement speed buff, just entirely destroying the defense, honestly.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, the Rasmus lock for the side of Amy Haters, that's going to go on Recoast again in the Atlas Lab game 1. He had a really good showing on it. He's just going to go for the comfort pick here, going to make a lot of work and magic up front with that pick. And there's a possibility that Alex is going to be the one with the Estelle pick on the side of Amy Haters, but I'm fully expecting that to go to Venom. So they did go for the Trinity, and every player has played Kai at least once.
That's also something you like to see, right? Just flexing picks as much as possible. I do think, like, just in general, having a flexible pool is good. You can pick characters and put them anywhere, really. For example, now the TMCT first pick on Asher, you think it's going to be forward, right? So you can pick just midfield goalie in that case for Amy Haters and get that probably... I would say just advantageous position in midfield, right? This time era now on TMCT side basically will be hard to get like going against, because Cookies will just run everywhere, right? The Asher is gonna be at all of the points at the same time, just walking around, and Atsuro hopefully able to defend really well on that now. We did say it has been nerfed, so defensive potential isn't as great, maybe. And we do see one side going completely orbs, the other side completely going timeless. So also something that this needs to be kept in mind.
This is definitely intriguing to see how this plays out. I also do feel like with the Era Now comp, you again are kind of putting the enemy team on a specific timer to some degree, right? Because if that comp finds all the awakenings that they want, it is also difficult for Amy Haters to deal with it. But again, that kind of depends as well on how it's being played out. How are the awakenings going? If Amy Haters can defend all of it and deny all of these awakenings, or if a really unlucky awakening draft happens as well, it's going to be a bit more difficult for TMCT to to execute. So I feel like Amy Haters just overall has a more consistent draft, a more reliable draft. But if things go well, TMCT has a borderline unbeatable. But
Yeah.
only if things go well.
I mean, if you look at the teams, right? Asher wants size, wants speed, wants dagger. You basically can't pick anything on her, right? It's gonna be hard to deny anything really. Nice flip, defense barrier. Sadly, lose it in the end. Nice hit from Cookies in the corner. Like, really nice first game, first goal. I mean, and again, just like. Asher will get something good each time, and now I feel like more of that support character can take a lot. There were a lot of flips, and a lot of... I am confused, 1 barrier down, 2 flips gone, 3 flips actually, I think. So we just leave it at that.
Yeah, they just didn't want to hold on to them anymore, right? It felt bad for them to strike the core and not get any energy for it, right? So they just agreed, you know what, let's just handshake it, we'll get rid of 2, we can start grinding out of our energy again. As the core bounces its way around to the enemy side, the side of Amy Haters, and 1 barrier does go down, but the side of TMCT do lose Cookies. Ever so slightly misangled on that now primary there, unfortunately, as now 3 people are running towards Alzur's barrier there. Ever so, just barely not able to defend it, but it's not in just yet, as TMCT are setting themselves up for a pretty strong attack potentially. Venom trying to get the core out of this corner, does hit it down, and Alex is able to force it past Giovanni there, as the Ricost again with those lethal primaries finds the speed needed to push it past Zero.
Yeah, nice primary there as well. We do see now Obscura. I thought I was lagging for a second. Nobody was striking. I got scared there for a second. No, but we do see Obscura coming out. One of the more open maps, right? But at the same time, we do see Venom already being very low. Oh!
The core does sneak its way through Giovanni on the bottom end there, and you can really just kind of see the difficulties that now goalie has, especially now with the change coming in, right? There's just a lot of pressure being thrown your way, and whereas before you were able to just put down a secondary and get a clear for basically free by just staggering the enemy, that doesn't really work anymore, right? It's just an extra hit at this point, but if the forwards are aware of it, they can just immediately hit it back. As damage is being pumped into Giovanni, also making an offensive push here, making use of that now ultimate really
nice
well,
kill.
as Cookies finds a beautiful punish on the side, but Amy Hater's not willing to give up this defense yet, as Ricost ever just barely doesn't hit the barrier, but it's a really good time stall for the side of for Amy Haters here.
Oh, a nice barrier take as well. Sort of being just that little bit off their positioning, right? Also, like, Geo, I don't think has been touching the core as much as he wants to. Has not been in those beam positions like they want to be. Just, I feel like this game so far has been played a lot better by Amy Haters, and just like that, we do see first set being taken and orbs being stacked. Obviously, Venom did die in the end, so he's the only one without the orb stacked. But those missing cooldowns do help a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. But that's a little bit to be expected, right? The team comp of TMCT are very much looking to scale with Awakenings, and looking at this Awakening set right now, there are a few that are interesting to be taken, right? Stacks and Sacks going to give you a lot more speed to work with. Chrono Boost on the and Castle Ass are both on the board. Best case scenario, Era gets one of them, and she will be able to confirm herself one of them. So the speed's immediately ramped up for the side of TMCT with that Stacks and Sacks and that Chrono Boost. So it's going to be a bit more difficult for Amy Haters to play around the team comp of TMCT as they've been doing so far.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind, like you want to deny Asher and Era as much as possible, but Asher had 3 good Awakenings you can't deny because he had 2 picks before, and Era just had like another 2 very good ones, so they kind of had to just take Big Fish and Build Diff away from Asher. Who still gets that unstoppable, which is still a good training, right? You don't want to get like stunned at all. So that's really a good scaling awakening as well. And for Era, obviously, like both Castellast and Chrono would be nice. And obviously, she does get that Chrono in the end.
Yeah. That's really nice for the side of Team CT that those awakenings have been able to find their way towards them, right? But it's also kind of a double-edged sword because you can only get so many of them. As Koki's finds a really nice dash, punishing Alex as he's a bit too close to the edge, and that's orbs gone as well. But as I was trying to elaborate on before, it's a little bit double-edged sword because it's now all these awakenings that you weren't able to pick up are just out of the rotation now, right? Era isn't going to be able to get a Castellast anymore. Asher isn't going to be able to get a Big Fish or a Build Different anymore. And those are just awakenings that you want to be having multiple of to make yourself that unavoidable strength that you can provide with a team comp like this. So good for them that they were able to find some of these picks, but also not perfect because a lot of those strong awakenings are now not in rotation anymore.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly missing the barrier there, but it does end up going down as Team CT though is still on the offensive here. A nice kill on Estelle. Again, another reset on orbs here as Rakos opts to use the flip to defuse the situation a bit. Sort of trying to make a push forward here, not quite able to get it, as Alex was also coming from below covering it. And Team CT just not quite able to get themselves into a good attacking position, but the core does go past Rakos and Alex not able to do anything about it as he was just being continuously staggered by a timeless creator Asher ultimate.
Yeah, I mean this set really going well for TMCT right now, but still they need to be finding those a little bit more consistent. They only found this honestly because Venom was a little bit close to the wall and died in the end. But right here, like we see the pressure they have, right? That Estelle and Rasmus have. Nice flip to defend. Venom is low, will die again. Own barrier from Giovanni, unfortunate.
Slight miscommunication there as Gio was looking to take Rekos out of the game, but the core does fall into that beam and the barrier drops. Alex being right there to immediately punish that. A little bit unlucky. Not the first time you've seen TMCT have a little bit of a communication issues this time around, but it doesn't seem to be major enough to a point where it's going to lose them a game.
Yeah.
Because they're setting themselves up nicely still.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to keep in mind, right? This is game 3 of the loser bracket. So whoever wins this is going to go back into finals. But the other side, whoever loses this, they're out, right? They're third place, which is still something good. But you obviously don't want to finish third place, right? You came all the way here, and I do feel like there's maybe some nerves going around that these teams have to overcome, and these plays don't really help.
Really nice teleport as well from the side of Altsur there to assist with the push there. And Alex was just really sitting in that 1v3, right? Venom was sitting above him, not really able to help him. Rakos was being shut out by the side streets at the bottom. So Alex just was bombarded with Asher push, with Now Mines and Arrow Beams, and just not much you can do against it. And now, as you mentioned before, Asher does find herself some size in this draft. And that's not all of it, because we're looking at stuff like Twin Drive and Egoist as well that could be potentially picked up by TMCT, and they do get all of it as well. I think Amy Haters needs to be a bit worried now due to the scaling aspect. That's a lot of speed and a lot of size that can now be put out from the side of TMCT. So Amy Haters don't really have those angles anymore to play around them.
Yeah, and exactly what I was about to say, or what I was saying. Now that Asher does have that size, right? It's Rampage as well, so like give that Asher like 2 barriers, and we're speaking of like 15% size, and with that Unstoppable, it's gonna be a lot harder to like reset those stacks as well. So really nice pickup here with the Rampage, and we're gonna have to see, like Rekko already being very low here. Kinda has to see, got the orb luckily, so won't be that low anymore, but is still like really out of position, so Era and Asher just get the barrier real easy. Giovanni now being really low, so has to be careful about that one.
Yeah, and it is a bit scary for the side of Amy Haters, right? For everyone that wasn't here last week, TMCT and Amy Haters have already matched up against each other before, They played each other in the winner semifinals, and that series also went to game 3, and that set 3 also was on Clarion's test chamber. Amy Haters, I think, losing that series either 3-1 or 3-0. So Amy Haters in a similar situation that they were before, and they really need to be careful to not find themselves in yet another disadvantage, but it's just going to be so difficult due to the scaling aspects, because TMCT is just finding those awakenings early, and they can just make that pressure and create that pressure early on already.
Yeah, and we do keep on seeing like the Venom just being taken off the map, right? Alex obviously really good at defending right here the entire time, like right there again. Just keeps that gold clean, but if they're constantly like being forced in those 2v3 situations against Asher and Era, right, they can't defend for the entire time.
A really nice walk up from the side of Otsu there as well to get that core all the way up to Cookies, and Cookies puts it to the side nicely. It's also so difficult, right? Keep in mind the now changes, they're not really great for the defensive end of things, but they did lower the cooldowns on, I believe, the secondary. So now with Twin Drive also... or was it?
Yes, 3 seconds.
Okay. So lower cooldown on secondary first of all, and now Otsu also was able to pick up a Twin Drive, which lowers your cooldown even further, so those speed ups are just gonna be tossed out every 2 seconds. As Amy Haters do find themselves one barrier, but can't quite seem to get the last one. Never mind, Ricost finding a really nice death touch here as they're running up from the bottom, trying to set themselves up for a force, but Asher saying no to that. Geo, again, you just see that speed on that Era, right? Just able to traverse the map so fast and interrupt that pass, but Ricost finding a nice little bounce on the side of TMCT's defense and finding himself a goal.
Yeah, that build different right there. Just getting that max range primary, right? Something Rasmus loves to do. Oh, we do see a kill on Geo, but I thought he was the one with stacks, but he is not. So actually not as impactful as I thought, but still like taking both barriers, having flip on Alex as well now. So will be interesting to see. Venom once again really low, might be getting killed once more again. Hasn't stacked the orbs, I think, ever since first set.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult for him to exist, right? He's going to continue to occupy this this midfield area, and in that midfield area, you're constantly going to get bombarded by now primaries and secondaries, by Era beams, and by Cookies just doing what he's doing right now, just making sure that that connection piece between the Rasmus and the Kai just can't do what she needs to do. And just makes it so difficult for the side of Amy Haters, as when Ryami though finds a nice little bounce and punishes Otsu's overstepping ever so slightly. Amy Haters now being 1 goal away from finding the 3rd set.
Venom was close to dying 17 times, and by the 18th time he just said nah.
Talking about dying, Geo gets tossed off the edge by Ricost. Ricost again really making a point to show everyone why that Rasmus pick was banned in that Oni Village game, right? Why TMCT doesn't want to go up against it, because in the Atlas Lab game where Ricost was on the Rasmus, and in this game as well, he just finds those kills on the edges. He just finds the very slight punishments on mispositionings, and it's just not something you really want to give this man. But again, it doesn't matter, because if you have an Era and an Asher up front that are just doing so much oppressive force, just so difficult to defend against it. Really nice attack from the side of Amy Haters though, takes the second barrier as well, as the core's now in front of Amy Haters' net. Flip coming up from Atsuro, Geo trying to get it through Alex, but Alex being very smart, standing in the middle of the field ready to interrupt this as early as possible. Venom, Yami and Ricost now setting themselves up for a proper attack. Are they able to set anything up? No. TMCT, on the other hand, take the core, and they're just kind of passing the core back and forth. Neither of the teams can really set themselves up for a for sure score situation, as Atsuro tries to pass it to Geo, but Ricost just ready for it, then punishes that immediately with the secondary. Ricost taking yet another goal in this game and taking the set for Amy Haters.
We're going into the potentially last set for TMCT right here. Something really nice.
The one you deny, surely.
Is it?
No,
it is not. It is not. That's a really good thing for Atsuro to pick up though. But then again, Catalyst and Rapid Fire really nice for the side of Amy Haters and that Stagger Swagger as well. Maybe something Venom could have used more, considering how he has been forced to play the last few times. But again, Asher gets again a little bit more movement speed, and that extra special on Era will also help be a little bit more offensive. So both teams, I think, got really nice awakenings, and we do see Asher die, but I do not think that she had any rampage stacks, so it's not that important, right? Would be a lot more problematic once that one would be stacked, right?
Yeah, most definitely, but still, it's going to be a scary situation for Amy Haters to work with, but then Miami finds himself a nice little beam. Take this top barrier. TMCT immediately responding, though, taking the second barrier from the side of Amy Haters as well, as now Gio's trying to set up Cookies really nicely there. The core almost going past its Zero there, but the flip is there just in time, as now Gio, together with that Egoist, has Flip, walks up and punishes Alex with that to kill him on the edge, removes those orbs, and takes the first goal of the set.
Yeah, Alex just looks so good right there, but then this one misstep, right? Not seeing Giovanni has that flip, and just getting bonked into the knockout zone. So, but then again, like look at this defense. He's just doing exactly what you want from him, right? He's defending everything just almost perfectly.
There's so much pressure coming up from the side of TMCT, with Otsu using those now ultimates really offensively as well. Even now, without the ultimate, just walking up to create that pressure, and Alex doing everything he can to defend against it. But in this situation, again, the core just finds itself in front of Cookies. Cookies being able to make use of that timeless ultimate, just plops it down, and there's just nothing you can really do against it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, right? This is exactly the game you want it to be. Center is being taken by Rekko, so he has a lot more size for that Rasmus, but doesn't really manage to get anything from that. Barrier is not being defended, so we might see a fast 3-0 from TMCT here. Obviously still nice defense coming through.
TMCT just not quite able to find the final push past Alex, who's such a wall, but obviously Caster Curse will prevail, as Cookies does end up finding a nice dash strike through Alex. And this is gonna be interesting. We are now looking at a set 5, right? I prefaced this with the fact that TMCT will be looking to scale, and set 5 is scaling as much as he possibly can. There's also some interesting picks here, though. Orb Dancer now finally coming into a draft. All of Amy Haters are going to look to take that, right? Because all of them are stacking orbs. But there's also Hotshot that goes to Era. Might of the Colossus that goes to Asher, so even more size. Estelle does confirm herself a Rapid Fire Prime Time, but it's going to be difficult to make maximum use of that, as now it gets even more speed. And I think this set is going to be extremely difficult for Amy Haters to play out, because TMCT is just going to be so fast.
Yeah, and the exact opposite of what you said would happen. Nobody taking Orb Dancer, not taking that risk. Also understandable, right? You don't want even more stacking coming through, because this is your last set, basically, right? You want to be as consistent as possible, and if you have those more orbs, like, maybe it would make sense, but then again, you just want to keep that that consistency going. Oh, that Monumentalist coming in clutch.
Really showing us why Monumentalists are now is just such a danger, because even though Otsu continuously was just on the halfway line there, it's just so much pressure being put out. And if you pay close attention to Otsu's movement speed as well, she's just zooming across the board, right? Those stacks coming into play, the glass cannon on top of the fact that she can just continuously speed herself up, and Era as well. It's just so difficult for Amy Haters to work with.
Yeah, and we do see exactly like what we were talking about, that scaling coming all the way through for TMCT, right? It's really hard for Rekko and Venom to just keep that core in the enemy half, and every time it comes to Cookies, it's basically just a goal.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw the difference there pretty discreetly between Geo and Cookies just being able to run up on Alex like that. Meanwhile, Venom at the bottom just trying to get his way back, but he's just so sluggish compared to them. As now TMCT are looking at themselves being 1 goal away from a rematch against Fierce Fury. But they still need to find it. The flip comes out. Really nice strikes from Cookies. Secures his bottom barrier. Are they going to be able to get the second one, though, as TMCT holds it into the enemy side very well. Atsuro getting flipped on. Loses one of the barriers, but I think that is an even trade considering Rekos is now also getting rather low. Alex needs to be careful to not die to the edge here, as now Atsuro's, again, keeping it at the bottom corner. They're trying to push to this bottom side, which is so much more difficult to defend for the side of Amy Haters. But Amy Haters holding it down, putting it into the half of TMCT again. Not quite able to find the barrier though, right? Atsuro holding it down really well as well with those vines. Flip having to come out from Alex. The beam and the ultimate from Estelle catching that core really nicely as Rakost finds the massive primary here, creating a man advantage for the side of Amy Haters, and that is so needed, right? They get the second barrier here. Now Rakost needs, or Venyani need to get this core past Atsuro, but Atsuro has Flip. She can just use it if it needs to. And even if she doesn't want to use it, she has a secondary that's half the map. Just how it's just so difficult for Amy Haters to really translate anything here, as the primary comes out from Rakost yet, but again, the core can't really get controlled. Giovanni grabs it. Alex runs up, almost pushes it in with the barrage, but Atsuro uses her flip in the end to save that goal. Now Rakost is sitting on a flip as well. Alex does drop the barrier to the immense pressure that the Era and Asher combination are just going to be putting out. And Rakost needs to start looking to make good use of this flip as the core almost goes in, but nicely saved by Alex. Venyami trying to jump forward, barely misses the core. Giovanni with the speed, just moving up, has flip, tries to go aggressive. It gets denied from the side of Alex. Rakost, nice pass down to Venyami. Is Venyami going to be able to find an attack? No, the core goes to Alex. Alex hits it towards Cookies. Cookies not able to secure it, but Alex finds to clear the edge, but not quite able to get it out completely, as Giovanni, with the movement speed, again, is just ready to catch the core and score this last goal. TMCT beat Amy Haters yet again, 2-1 in the playoffs, and secure themselves a rematch with Fierce Fury in Grand Finals.
All I have to say about that one is the time has run out. We said this comp has a timer on it. Set 4, Monumentalist on Atsuro, because it wasn't denied by Reko. That was the moment the timer hit 0. Since then, they didn't concede a single goal, and it was just running through the entire time. Just honestly, really well done by TMCT, clawing that way back to that rematch. But then again, still. Amy Haters, really nice performance still. Sadly, not getting to where they wanted it to be as the second seed. Obviously, as second seed, you want to be at least second. But TMCT still managing to get to those finals, to the grand finals, maybe even a bracket reset. So it's going to be interesting to see. But sadly, this will mark the end of Amy Haters, and we still saw a lot of what they could do, but in the end, it wasn't good enough quite.
Most definitely, and I think a lot of credit of this game is gonna have to go into Atsuro's hands. If you have a look at the redirects, Atsuro sitting at 309 redirects compared to Giovanni sitting on 207 and Cookies on 157. So you just really saw that now pick shine, especially once she was able to get herself that Monumentalist. She just had so much control over the game with her mines and just was able to keep up the pressure on the enemy side so well, even if she herself wasn't the one striking it, but she was just kind of masterfully puppeteering everything with her mines.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like this game, or this series even, perfectly had everything like I expected to see, with a little bit of an unexpected end. Pretty sure I said if this matchup would happen, I do think it would have been Amy Haters who would take this. But then again, like we saw exactly what I wanted to see. Like Alex just holding everything, right? Just keeping that core away from the goal line. But in the end, like just Cookies, just being a menace, honestly, with that speed boost of Atsuro and Geo, just on enemy half, rampage stacks, right? Coloss as well, having that giant Asher in your face, literally, as a Kai, you don't get to breathe a lot, right? It's painful.
Yeah, there is just so difficult for the side of Amy haters to execute. But again, TMCT really well played, deserving of that spot in Grand Finals. And I mean, the most important thing to mention at this point is all of my pre-show predictions have been correct so far. I'm just saying.
You went with the boring
I said
predictions.
Fury beats TMCT, and I said TMCT beats Amy haters.
You went with the boring predictions.
What do you mean boring predictions? I was the only one that predicted TMCT in the series.
Yeah, but
yeah.
but it's the expected outcome.
Yeah.
We've already seen this. We already seen this play out the exact same way, basically. So,
I mean, fair enough. But either way, great series. As we're now gonna go into a short break to get everything ready for Grand Finals. That would have been it for myself and Immaculator. Do you have any closing words from yourself?
we do pray for that run back. We do pray to see more of TMCT. They will have an uphill battle for sure, because they already have played 2 series, one against the people they are going to be playing against right now once again. So that's going to be something you will have to keep in mind. They will be a little bit drained already. We did see, maybe some of you didn't, but we did see what happened that first series, and you kind of just have to reset from that, right? It was honestly one-sided stomp, but now maybe you get a little bit more confidence from this series against Amy haters to just get back into the groove. You know what you want to play like. This game was basically perfect for them. They got what they wanted. They hold their own in the beginning and then just scale. And maybe that's how they want to play the next few games. It's going to be interesting to see. I still think Fierce Fury, especially with what they showed in the beginning of today, will be favored. But once again, TMCT hopefully can carry this momentum they have from right here to the finals, and then hopefully to the win.
Most definitely. I'm just excited for the run back. As you said, I hope they're able to get themselves a second win, set themselves up for a strong series in the Grand Finals. But either way, thank you everyone for watching so far. Stay tuned. We'll go into a short break now as we're getting everything ready for that Grand Finals, and you don't want to miss it.
Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second week of playoffs for EUSL. I am Ether, and this is Aiden alongside me. We had a great series of games earlier today. You know, Fierce Fury taking a win, I think 6-0 against TMCT, and then TMCT having a really close back-and-forth series against IME Haters. TMCT, after that win, is now back for their vengeance against Fierce Fury. I'm excited to see if they can do it. How are you feeling, Aiden?
Nah, I'm feeling pretty good. Excited to see some good gameplay. Hopefully it's worthy of our casting, of course.
I think it will. I am really excited to cast this, right? And above all things, I don't want to see another 6-0. I want to see some good Omega Strikers.
In the words of every single Tekken player, we want some good-ass Omega Strikers. That is what we're looking for here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, I mean, with that in mind, right, one thing I'd like to mention, you know, after seeing these first few games earlier today, I don't know if the patch has really, at least from an eye test, shaken up anything that much, but I'm not going to say that it felt bad, because the games themselves felt good, at least, right? It did not seem like there was anything too game warping that would make this playoffs meta really bad.
True. I mean, going through the patch notes myself, like before stream even started, I mean, I was looking at them like, okay, a few of these seem a bit unnecessary, so I was interested to see how things would actually fare if we were going to head into a meta where we only see the same characters picked every match, but I feel like we're getting at least some variance here, which is really good to see.
Yeah, for sure. But I think one thing I do want to mention is just the power of Estelle in this playoffs, right? Estelle, I believe, actually has 100% playoffs rate today. And I really want to see if we're going to maintain that win rate.
I mean, it might be a case of now she's just going to have presence where she'll be perma-banned after seeing her performance in the other games, but only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell. Now, I mean, with that in mind, I think our teams are going to be getting into map draft pretty soon. We're waiting to get some of the technical difficulties behind things fixed up, and we will have that for you pretty soon. Ideally, I'd like to see stuff other than, you know, the Atlas Lab, Taiko Temple, Clarion, and Oni.
Do not
any of the
make me
other
pull
three
up the
maps?
sign.
Yeah, any of the other three maps, I will be happy with. But if we see only those three maps, I will be a little disappointed.
I mean, I understand if people just want to play on the maps that they know, the maps that they enjoy, the maps that everyone understands, because they're at least balanced to some degree for pro play. But show us something interesting. Spice it up. Leave something nice. Give us, I don't know, something special for the finals if we go to game five? Yeah, 3, sorry.
Game 3.
Game 3.
I mean, game 3, and then ideally, you know, I'd like to see a reset, right?
Yeah, true.
Whether, you know, the team, like whether TMCT wins that reset or not, it's not the end of the world. But I just want to see a reset, period.
Definitely. I mean, it's just more games for us to watch at the end of the day, isn't it?
Exactly.
But, I mean, as we were saying before, we actually got into casting and everything, or the pre-game rather. We were talking about how Europe has kind of been known as a one-team region in some respects. So, the good question really is, if we go to bracket reset, does that clear EU of the one-team region title?
I would think so, right? Even if Fierce Fury wins this, it shows that they are at least a little less dominant than they've been thus far, right? It shows that there is at least a team that can take even games off of them, right? And, well, okay, at least we won't be starting with an Atlas Lab in our first two. We will be seeing Clarion and Taiko. I really hope our final one is that I think the Demon is what... Oh, IME's up is the third of the remaining ones. But no, it looks like we're going to be getting Atlas or Oni. And I think TMCT will opt for that Oni being their preferred map. And also the map, they took Fierce Fury to 5 sets in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, let's see if that's kind of the way we go.
I mean, sad to see Imizap banned out. Always a fun time whenever it's on Imizap. But Atlas Lab will be banned out, so only game 5. I'm bringing it out already. I don't care. I hate this map.
I don't mind it too much. But it can certainly be a slow map to watch. Right.
Yeah, it can go on for a while. It takes a little bit of time sometimes.
And I mean, how we saw the previous series shake up, right, with IME haters versus TMCT. I think they had an Oni Village game on that series, or was it the? No, I think it was that series.
Yeah.
There was that Oni Village game, right, where we had the Juno, Drakkar, and Kai. Right?
Mhm.
The triple
Yeah.
core control comp just showing that it is really, really hard to get scored on.
Definitely. I mean, a good core control comp on Oni Village is kind of necessary, but at the same time, if your goalie is just an iron wall, and the enemy goalie as well, especially in high-level play like this, games will go on for a significant amount of time just because of how much teamwork and coordination it takes to clear these barriers. Even in high-level play, it takes a lot to actually get through a lot of the goalies.
Exactly.
Like, you could spend a dash punch trying to go for a goal, but then there's just an Atlas who pops secondary. Suddenly, now you have to wait 3 seconds, and in those 3 seconds, Atlas Primary is now back up to cancel any other movement, and it just goes back and forth through these sorts of times where you have to try and pass between each other, create as much space as possible, but then in that time, enemy forward or midfield could just walk in there, intercept, and now with cores on the other side of the map, and the 20 seconds it takes for Atlas secondary to come back, it's fine, it's back.
Yeah, and on Clarion, we are seeing this Egoist extra special pickup, right? Do you think people will be opting into that extra special, or do you think we'll just see 6 Egoists? Because back in the day, Egoist used to be really, really strong, but it has received some nerfs over time.
I don't think the nerfs to Energy Awakenings were ever enough, if you ask me. I think when I see Energy Awakenings, they are probably some of the most broken things in the entire game, just because of how the energy system works. Like, when Catalyst was introduced, it is impossible to balance Catalyst at all.
Yeah,
just because of like how much energy generation it has.
That's fair, and I mean, once again, we're seeing Fierce Fury take this Juno off the board, and if I recall correctly, this has been Fierce Fury's permaban through the entire season, the Juno, regardless of if the enemy team plays Juno or not. They will just ban it out. They don't want to risk anyone picking it up. And TMCT bans the IME, but that means the Estelle is gone, right? Which means that your kind of trifecta of ranged midfielders is pinched. So you have to pick something like maybe that Kai that has been picked up, or like a Now or Era instead.
I mean, I think the IME ban's kind of necessary though, because extra special means that you can sack Egoist and get so much more value out of a turret at the start of every round. It's pretty much a guaranteed barrier, especially on some of these maps on Clarion, so it's a bit of like a sacrificial lamb. You have to give away the Estelle to make sure that they don't have essentially what could be a free round win.
Oh, the Era X getting picked up. I mean, this is not a pick that you really see that often anymore, honestly, because this X is sometimes paired with this Now instead. At least in NA, we also see it with the IME or just other picks, because Era, as in general, has fallen out of favor more in midfield. I know there are still some players who pick it, Giovanni in particular, right, in this game, but he's not going to be the one piloting it. It might be Zarhainov, but part of me also thinks this could just be the Era goalie with Zarhainov on Estelle, right? Zarhainov very proficient on that Estelle pick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it fall into his hands again.
Yeah, I mean, I think opting the Era goalie here is still a good idea. You kind of cancel out a lot of Kazan's abilities. It's like all of the Clarion characters, other than now, I guess, so the two forwards for the Clarion team are both heavily hindered if you reduce their size. So Kazan here, yes, he has more abilities than every other striker in the game, but it doesn't really matter when top spin or the crooked leverage. All of those abilities are significantly smaller, so it might be difficult to really try and secure some of those barriers without the help of the Estelle.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult without that extra range. Now, Kai, both really great speed picks in this midfield. I know before, in the previous series with TMCT, the two picks were relatively often picked, and there was some deliberation as to where, is this now midfield, is this now goalie? And I think we did see both of them, and I'm not sure where this is going to be going. Any thoughts?
My guess would be that it's probably going to be Kai goalie, now midfield. Now, my thoughts behind that are because we have extra special open for Kai. Yes, Egoist is still a good pick here. It's good for generation, but I feel like the support from the Giga Blast can open up a lot of potential. But that's just me personally. I could be cooking something absolutely horrendous in the kitchen, but
I don't think you are, honestly, because Atsuro has kind of shown to be putting up a lot of work in some of these past games with finding these kills, especially, right? On the Luna, on the Kai, looking for these kills when they're available. That's something that she's really good at.
Yeah, definitely. But I suppose only time will tell, as we should be heading into Select now.
Yeah, I believe we are, right? And I think our question for us will be answered really soon, right? Is this going to be that Kai goalie, or is this going to be the Now goalie, which Atsuro has also pulled out in this playoffs run?
Definitely. I switch my glasses to something I can see the game with.
No longer any need to be a shady character as we get into this game.
No worries at all.
And yeah, it's as we expected, right? We do see the Fang era, and then this Arheina Estelle.
Definitely. But let's get a look at this enemy team, because... Ooh, we got Geo on Kai and Atsuro on the Now hero.
Yeah, so, I mean... The thing is, right, the Kai Estelle matchup, I think it is relatively even. So I think that's kind of why they wanted to opt into it, because I believe the Now Estelle matchup actually favors Estelle a little bit.
Yes, definitely. Already one barrier down for both sides. Fang using that speed boost a little bit too late there. Atsuro blinking back and forth. Might have been a little bit of a misclick there. Geo on the top side, hanging a little bit low on HP, but the crooked leverage stealing the core away from Fang. The core control was completely messed up there, and a free goal because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fierce Fury just doesn't look particularly warmed up yet. You know, having to sit through a full 3-game series of TMCT and IME haters before they get a chance to play. And yeah, TMCT with a lot to show for it, right? Getting that first point and already answering with another barrier. Now Cookies is looking almost dead, right? Taking a lot of damage. Getting healed up at Atsuro, but it's not looking amazing for this TMCT brawler.
Absolutely not. As more abilities flying out here, Geo, even though he was healed, now looking incredibly low again. Cookies too. No orbs really on their side of the field either, so Cookies having to push up here to get a little bit more healing in, a little bit of damage. Core flip will be used by Fang. Sake trying to go for a little bit of a kill combo there on Geo, but doesn't connect. Flip will be forced out by Atsuro here as Cookies goes for that top barrier, does manage to get it after exhausting all of Fang's kit.
Oh, what a fear.
Goal. Doesn't die. There we go, the crooked leverage is going to secure that kill in a 2v1. Atsuro is stuck inside of the purple goo. He can't get out, he's looking very low. Does manage to heal up though. on that bottom side now. Ooh, overtime procking, making the piercing shot go red into that top side. No one there to block the goal as it's open, and Sake with a simple punch.
Yeah,
The
we're already seeing the
drone misses
damage.
too.
The
Yeah.
damage coming out of both teams, right, is pretty, honestly, lethal at this point, right? Because everyone keeps getting finished off pretty quickly. And, oh, what a great pop in the center. Almost leads to that first barrier. Great saves out by Atsuro. She's playing out of her mind at the start of this game.
Absolutely. Cookies trying to stuff through Fang here, does manage to win the strike war in Fang's face, but not the goal. Atsuro, ooh, unlucky losing that one barrier there. Fang is incredibly low as Cookie's sitting in the goal zone, doing as much damage as he can. Does steal away the orb there. Fang, so low. Atsuro, the accidentally own goaling, taking his own barrier here. Geo in on that bottom side.
The unfortunate own barrier, right? But it doesn't really matter as Atsuro, she gets that great clear down to Geo and Cookies, and then they secure that, right? Bring us up to 2-1 lead for TMCT.
Crazy start here. As more damage comes out, Zar trying to support Fang on the bottom side here. Sake doing as much damage to Atsuro as he can and secures the kill, stealing the orb away. So much damage has already been dealt to Fierce Fury. Will they be able to recover? It looks like they will very easily.
With the Egoist, right, procs that, gets that first barrier, almost a second. Oh, it barely goes to the side, but the barrier does fall in the end, right? Now, Atsu does have to keep this clear, doesn't want to get this, lose this barrier, but the side of Fierce Fury is just pushing up, and this is looking really dangerous, especially with an X Maximus maybe around the corner, but doesn't matter, that second barrier does fall. So Heinef is looking a little low, does take some damage, and is almost near the flip, though. Both members of Fierce Fury.
Zar gets KO'd in that bottom side, but Sake, not paying attention, sat there with the core flip straight into the bottom side after exhausting every single ability TMCT actually has. We go to the bounce house for the final set.
We'll see if, you know, Fierce Fury can take this set, or if, just as this map is, TMCT can bounce back. But it might not be looking to be the case, right? As this flip now gets it almost up to Sake, but Cookies does answer with a barrier of his own. Atsuro almost with the flip gets that, but now it's looking to be very dangerous. The Arenado does not catch it, so the side of TMCT has some respite as they try to keep getting it pushed up. Cookies almost has this flip built up, but now Sake in this dribble, the piercing shot,
a strike reset!
The defense.
That was a crazy strike reset from Sake, bouncing off that bottom line. Usually your strike isn't up in time because of the extra move speed that the bounce gives, but because of the X Maximus proc, strike comes straight back up, paired with the piercing shot as well. Even if Atsuro was able to strike the core away, there would have been no possible way of getting the core out of that zone, securing our first set for Fierce Fury.
And look, I mean, the side of Fierce Fury is rewarded with the big guy pickup on X, and then the hot shot, right, for Estelle.
Yeah. Although we do have to be careful of the rapid fire on Kazan here. That is a lot more damage coming out.
But I mean, the other side, right, the stacks on now, I mean, it's good, but everyone has been dying. And look at Cookies. Cookies already staggered even through the lifeline, but Sake is actually the one taken off, and Cookies going on a 4 KO streak, looking to really put this rapid fire to the test.
Atsuro does miss that strike, pushed up a little bit too far. He's not able to save that one barrier. Still pushing up though, they're keeping a lot of pressure on here. Now has to fall back as Sake uses the X Maximus, does manage to push through the invis zone here. Core does go up, Fang able to use the Bewitching Beam, push the core out. Just a little bit of a back and forth here, nothing too special going on as Core sits in this top side. Two core flips will be used, does go into the side of Fierce Fury here. Atsuro does lose her final barrier as the goal zone is open. Cookies walking up very far, is staggered by the core flip. Bewitching Beam misses, uses the flip of his own straight into the pop-up, and dies for it with no stagger. Both gold barriers are open here as Geo playing towards this top side, walking into the bottom, but is faked out by Zar, and the demon angle from that piercing shot.
And I mean, the demon angle is good by itself, but can we talk about the strike that even just set it up? The perfect balance off that top wall set that demon angle up for Zarheinef, and he gets that piercing shot in the end, but oh, Geo's taken off by this X Maximus, and that's one barrier, almost two. Cookies and Atsura have to defend in this 3v2, but it seems like they are for now, but no, as I say that barrier does fall, and now Sake and Zarheinef both have this flip up to the top side is Sake, and that is the goal.
Crazy. We're seeing a really dominant start here from Fierce Fury. They took a couple of points to warm up, but now that they're in the zone, you can see how much damage they really are able to do here. But Sake does miss that strike, and the Giga Blast coming out to secure the first barrier.
Oh no.
Oh, what a flip though, and Sake gets both barriers for free here, and the goal with the Bull Rush.
Yeah, I mean, great flip out by Zarheinef, right? Taking Cookies off the map, and then Atsuro hit stunned, not able to react to that flip, and then hit stunned again, and then that's when Sake gets stuck.
Ooh, we got an interesting set of awakenings here. I'm curious to see what Estelle will pick.
Yeah, nothing super best in slot here for Estelle, right? The Timeless is picked up for now, meaning that mine is a little bit bigger, which is definitely a good sign. Even though it doesn't have the normal hit capability that it used to, it's still very solid. And Estelle picks up the missile prop in the end, but we also have to talk about Castellas falling to the Era, and then the Kazan getting size.
That is a really, really difficult situation to be in, because there's so many things here that even if you decide to deny, I mean, I personally think that the Castellas deny would have been a much better idea rather than Timeless, because it works for both the X, it works for the Era. Both are really good users of that Castellas, and we can kind of see the use of it coming out now. Look at how long Cookies is shrank for. It's a significant amount of time to not really be able to play the game. As Sake pushing up here, doing a lot of damage to Atsuro. Geo tanking a little bit too. The proximity mine does come out, healing back to full. But Geo using that Unstoppable to try and play a little bit more daring. Flip is used though. The thumbs up to tap it in.
Yeah, not much Atsuro can really do in that situation, right? The offense coming in from the top side, you know, Zarheinef setting it up with the great strike layering, with the great piercing shots, and then Fang following it all up with the NATO like now, but Zarheinef is now taken off the map, and now TMCT has this power play. Let's see if they can actually do anything with it.
Well, if it was used, they're trying to delay a lot of time here. X sitting in that bottom side is able to keep the core away for a little bit, letting Zar respawn. Fang did burn the flip just before, so that won't be available, but look at Sake's energy. He's already so close to this flip yet again, taking that orb, hitting two people with the bell ringer, now already almost at the flip again. Probably going to be able to force out Atsuro's, but Fang does lose the barrier here. Atsuro does flip, but it's parried straight away by Sake, who has to pop the flip defensively. Unfortunate for the side of Fierce Fury here, not being able to secure that top barrier. Atsuro is doing a masterclass of defense here by playing so aggressively. Core is pushed into this top side. Bewitching Beam is used early, giving Geo a free goal in that bottom side. Fang unable to move fast enough.
Yeah, finally we get to see the power of the Kai, right? This is what the Kai is picked up for, you know, for barraging those guaranteed plays. And, you know, Giovanni finally gets that, but Sake is not happy with that goal, and he answers back with two barriers of his own and almost has his flip and is ready to use it on this offense if needed. Zarheinef has a flip of his own, and flip, oh no! Geo's flip doesn't answer, and that's the flip to the top side!
Great minds think alike, both flipping at the same time. One defensively, one offensively. Unfortunately, whoever goes first is going to be the one who prevails, but the Bewitching Beam! It's a tragedy for the side of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Cringers. Zar looking incredibly low, but both barriers down. Cookies trying to do whatever he can to recover, but is taken out by the bell ringer. Zar in this bottom side. Core goes to Sake. The bell ringer. Sorry, the bull rush coming out. Flip will be used by Atsuru, but it was a burn. Unfortunately, Sake had the ranked X experience, knocking the core back into your own side. It's only one goal left to secure this game one. Fang holding on to this flip to do anything. Zar looking incredibly low. Bewitching Beam does come out. The piercing shot following up. Sake not in position to follow with the core as the bell ring comes out. Gio not able to pass over to his teammate. Oh no, Zar has to burn his flip defensively to make sure he doesn't die here. Gio incredibly low. Bell ringer looking so damn powerful. Sake just has to press that one flip button. The Egoist had such a difference in this match.
Yeah, I mean, big plays out of the side of Fierce Fury, right? First, to start that all off, TMCT getting hit with the unfortunate double barrier, Atsuro strike, not coming out in time, and then actually surviving for as long as they did with having an open goal. They just weren't able to take any barriers after that, except for the one towards the end, and Sake and Zarhainif just lock it in and finish it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at that damage coming out here from Sake. An absolutely crazy amount to be looking at.
And I mean, if you look at the numbers just of redirects, right, it seems to be very similar on paper. But the problem is, it just feels like Fierce Fury actually converted a lot more on those redirects, right? And TMCT were just hitting it to keep the play alive.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the back and forth plays were really just letting Sake get all of his cooldowns back up, ready to force all of them into the side of TMCT here. It just becomes so difficult to really do anything about it. Like, you can see so many of these goals are just Sake playing up in this top side, going for some crazy plays, doing whatever he can, like even blocking some projectiles, some creations to make sure that his flip goes in. And it was just a masterclass of an X. I wonder if we will see it played again on Taiko, or if TMCT will actually opt to ban out either the Era or the X.
I mean, hey, Taiko is a great map for X. Might see it again. Sake, we know, loves this Kazan on Taiko as well, right?
Absolutely.
And Zentar, not nearly picked as much. But we could see the Asher, right? The Asher coming out for even like Cookies, right? Cookies might want to grab that Asher. But then on the midfield side, right, we really need to figure out what we're doing on this regarding this Estelle, right? And I want to see, if Fierce Fury bans it out, if they let it fall through, and if they let it fall through, can TMCT even use that Estelle to win? Because it just looks like Fierce Fury is so dang dominant.
What I've realized is Fierce Fury really likes these high damage comps. They like being able to run through you. They like being able to shut down everything you have. Picking Estelle here might not be the best of ideas, because you'll more than likely be using your Rose Warp to just avoid damage, or be burning all of your energy, so you'll never have a flip. I feel like it's a lot better to pick a comp that is better at shutting down what Fierce Fury want to do, rather than playing to the strengths of whatever is strong right now.
And I mean, on the flip side though, right, there is something to be considered with regarding to Clarion Test Chamber start being Egoist, right? The complete Energy Awakening start, and for the record, just as a reminder, everyone picked Egoist except for Fang, who went that extra special. But with that Egoist start, it just warps the game so much, where you have to consider a lot more of the energy, right, that's being grabbed by different players. And maybe that Egoist start is really just something that Fierce Fury is better at playing around as compared to TMCT, and perhaps TMCT will be able to do better in a more quote-unquote traditional start.
Absolutely. I mean, what we also need to remember here is that Taiko is Fierce Fury's map pick.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's not happening.
It was instant.
Yeah, we might be seeing another EGOS game, guys.
Oh no. Oh, it's Egoist Explosive Entrance, Aimi Zentaro. Ooh, yippee.
I mean, after Fierce Fury's explosive entrance last game, right?
Mhm.
Might have to see if TMCT can retaliate, or if once again they will fall prey to the egoists that are Fierce Fury.
Mods, surely tournament organizers can step in here. Mods. Mods.
No, it's fine. I mean, look, at this level, you gotta play what you gotta play.
Exactly.
And if TMCT wants to win this, or if TMCT wants to show they deserve to win this, they should be able to run it back against this against this Fierce Fury roster on their own map.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm just curious to see what we are gonna be running with here, because, I mean,
Band.
with the 2 Awakening picks, it's crazy amounts of damage. It's a lot of energy. Like, there will be a lot of brawling here. There will be a lot of evading. But at the end of the day, it's whoever has to evade less, whoever can build up that flip, and whoever can force the core into that goal is going to be the victor here. So Aimi Band does come through. A good denial pick from the explosive entrance here. They're trying to leave the Zentaro open by the looks of it. So Fierce Fury is either going to have to give it or remove it right here. And it looks like they're opting to ban Juno instead.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Fierce Fury always bans Juno, right? That's like no question. They've been banning Juno since week 1 of EUSL. It looks like they just never want to play against that character.
Yeah.
And TMCT picks up the Estelle, right? The 100% win rate character. Let's see if it's shattered here.
I mean, it will definitely be interesting. Kai Atlas, though.
Ooh, interesting. I mean, there is a world we could see, you know, some Rekost Kai forward lore with regards to Sake, but I highly doubt it. But one thing that really surprises me, right? Actually, you know what? It less surprises me considering the characters that were already pinched. I was gonna say, you know, Zarhine always been known for these ranged, like characters
Rune
like
picked?
I mean, if any of the maps, this is the map for Rune, right? This is a creation map.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just more surprised to see it picked here.
Hey, I mean, I'm excited for it, right?
I mean,
Octavia!
definitely. Oh, it's a classic.
Oh.
It's a classic. It's Octavia goalie.
It is Octavia
100%
goalie.
Atsuro has locked Octavia goalie.
Now the real question is this just going to be like normal like momentum, egoist, or are we going to see something spicy like the eject explosive entrance Octavia?
I think it's eject explosive entrance. I think we're in for an interesting match here.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, there's a world where maybe TMCT sees that this might be their chance to win, right? Maybe just by picking something and just having fun, they'll be able to beat Fierce Fury. Right?
I was about to say, these are all comfort picks.
Yeah,
like
that too.
Gio on Estelle, Atsuro on Octavia.
Cookies Rune?
Cookies loves Rune. Like, Cookies is one of the better runes in the region.
Yeah. I had no clue about Cookies Rune, but yeah, I mean, if you're mentioning that is one of his comfort picks, then I will go with that, and I am excited to see what he pulls out.
I mean, like, literally, this is just 3 comfort picks versus 3 comfort picks, I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna have an extremely fun match here, especially considering we've got 2 pretty core control heavy comps here, I would say. I mean, there is Sake still on the Kazan here, but a lot of what he does get outdone by the Atlas ults.
Exactly, right? Well, for the record, the Atlas is on the same team as the Kazan, so that's not something to keep in mind. But the other side of things, right, is if Fierce Fury loses this game, there is a world where, and let's say they take game 3, there is a world where we can just say the only game that Fierce Fury lost was a game to Octavia Gold. And
that would be crazy.
Would
be crazy. Yep. Absolutely. It's
Okay,
looking
so-
like comfort picks here.
So actually, a quick thing, right? We are going to be seeing the Estelle goalie out by Giovanni, and then
Oh, yeah.
Atsuro on this midfield or potentially even forward Octavia.
Mm-hmm. My guess is it's probably forward because it will be Rune midfield trying to get these pillars to deny space, while Gio is able to keep core past that middle line.
Exactly. Oh, and then this is the Atlas midfield out by Zarhainev. Okay, this is a fun one.
Oh,
right?
this is a very
Um,
fun one.
Tycho is another one of the two maps where Atlas midfield is actually good, alongside Demon Deus. Just because of kind of how these lanes work on Tycho, and just being able to shut down one lane totally. Like, you're seeing what Zarhainev is doing here. He's just keeping the core forward, allowing Sake to keep these offenses going.
I mean, the other thing that we need to keep an eye on here is the fact that they're just feeding the core into Atsuro, trying to keep that secondary up for as long as possible. Sake tanking a lot of damage here. The respite will be popped, but no one actually dies here. I'm really surprised that they're not just trying to full focus the Octavia here, trying to take her out before anything can even happen. Gio does manage to get the blink in. Atsuro looking incredibly low. Will she be able to survive? Has to pop the evade. Cookies. TP's down to the bottom
the
side.
Egoist.
Oh, 2 Egoist pop. Zard does use the flip to try and go forward. Sake not answering with his own to try and get the combo off. Crooked leverage will be used. Fang getting as much usage out of these bounces on the side as possible. The drums will be popping. Atsuro does have that secondary up, but Gio!
Oh, no. Gio, no.
Oh no. And
Yeah, I really wanted to
unfortunate
see
blink.
that play, but unfortunately, yeah, that blink, it hits it too far away from the flip, and that flip just doesn't catch it, and it just goes in.
Yep, very unfortunate here. Piercing shot will go out. Does manage to get the call past Zar here, but
Ooh.
Cookie's also burning the flip a little bit early here. It's a really tough. The creations, though, Atsuro is able to take one of them out with the ult here. Trying to play this bottom side, keeping as much core control as possible.
Oh, double
Does
barrier.
get the double barrier. Will they be able to capitalize? Zar is up, but what a great banish from Cookies.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I've heard, you know, Cookies is one of the better runes in EU, right? And that banish showing why he is a rune player, right?
Absolutely.
You know, Atsuro Cookies with a great offense. Let's see if they can mount more offenses like that.
Ooh, they do lose that first barrier there on the bottom side. Cookies playing around his pillars, denying space. Does use the drum, but it is instantly answered by Fang. Reverb does come out. There goes the ultimate, securing that first barrier. You can really see what Atsuro wants to be doing here with this Octavia pick. Trying to do it. Oh my goodness, the Giga Blast. Never mind, denied all space. As Sake is able to just tap that core into the barrier. It is open. Power play here for the side of Fierce Fury. They are not able to get that goal. Thanks to the room pillar, Cookies does secure that barrier, stopping the strike here from Fang. Oh, the Egoist is ready. Sake uses the flip, instantly answered by Cookies in this top side. Uses the pillar, but Gio's not in position to block the strike from Sake.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that's just both members of TMCT in this case, right? Cookie's not in position to block the pass from Zarhainev, and then Gio just unable to kind of determine where is this core going, and in the end, just not in position for that close strike out by Saken. Ooh, Atsuro just having to evade to make sure she doesn't die there, but still has that flow state going for a little bit more. Sake almost taken off the map by that double banish into double pillar, but Atsuro is the one that gets finished off.
2 flips used to secure 1 kill, but it was unnecessary as Cookies TP's back up and scores on Fang, unsuspecting but deadly, as we tie up this first set here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, some great pillar plays out by Cookies they're seeing on this offense, and it looks almost to be that Rune forward, but then again, that's really what you're getting with Rune, right? Rune isn't this type of character that plays a consistent midfield like that Estelle or like an Era or now, right? I mean, TP into his own death, but he got a barrier for it, so it's not the end of the world, and Gio moving up. The double barrier saved just barely, but maybe not for long, as the side of Fierce Fury just keeps pushing forward, and this could be their first set that we see.
It will be tough as Cookies does respawn now. They did lose both barriers as Sake does try to dash in, secure call Cookie Revolution, but doesn't actually get anything here. Flip from Zar in the faces of TMCT, and no one able to react in time. As our first point going to the side of Fierce Fury.
Yeah, but there's the Chrono Boost, but unfortunately...
There's Chrono and Super Surge, though.
Yeah, I mean, Chrono would be the ideal, and of course Fang will be denying that. But yeah, I mean, Super Surge still exists. It's not the end of the world. But now there's a Hot Shot, which, yeah, gets denied away from the Rune.
Perfect
But
form
the Rune gets
Rune.
perfect form, which is good, but it also is a
Arguably
deny
could
from
be
Kazan.
better. Honestly, I could argue it being better here, because the perfect form coming through on Rune, because it's an Atlas and a Rune, if Atlas uses secondary and there's a Rune Pillar in the way, that is going to farm energy, it's going to farm cooldowns, and we will just be able to see how impactful all of this is. Zod doesn't actually get knocked out there from that banish. Unfortunate timing. But look at Sake with that core control, is able to secure that first barrier, but not on the bottom side. Cookies runs up, does place the pillar. Fang having to play around it, but not able to keep his first barrier safe here. The lock falls, but Atsuro does too, as the power play coming out for the side of Fierce Fury. Fang does pass down to that bottom side. Sake has this move speed boost. Does manage to get that second barrier as the banish does come out. A combo into the bottom side as Gio with the piercing shot, but Sake with a simple strike to tap it in. No abilities for Gio to try and defend here.
Yeah, I mean, great kill out by Cookies and Gio, but again, just punished, right, for having no abilities. And now Sake almost has this flip in the corner. The Egoist already getting popped, but same for Cookies.
Oh,
that's
an
the double
unfortunate
barrier.
pillar.
A little late. Flip, where does this go? Goes down to the bottom side, but now Fang has this Egoist, has the flip, has the pass up to Zarheinif, and it goes to that top side.
Unfortunately, Cookie's barrier, sorry, not barrier, pillar, really hurt them there as it passed down into Sake to get that double barrier play and open up that lock so early.
Yeah.
Nice try from Cookies there, though. He does manage to secure one barrier, though. Atsuro using that secondary in the bottom side. Another pillar play is used. They do manage to get it in, and it flies into that goal. What an excellent display of simple core control and what you can do with a few minor abilities and strikes. Almost no ultimates were used there, but they were able to get through Fang.
Yeah, I mean, just a great series of plays, you know, from TMCT. And, Zarheinif almost taken off by this base drop. And actually, Atsuro getting taken off by the secondary Zarheinif. And now it's a 2v3. With this double midfield characters on this defense, it's not looking great.
Gio does have to blink forwards here, pops the flip, but Sake and Zar are in excellent positions. One pillar is used. Great timing, though, of it fading to get it into the court, into that top side here. We are going to be seeing Atsuro building speed here, ramping forwards, but it does fall off as Sake securing a kill with the flip. The Egoist coming through, the move speed in the top side, doing as much damage as he can. Atsuro falls to the stagger, but does not fall to the Giga Blast. Doesn't get hit into the drum, does manage to live the crooked leverage. It's crazy as Zar falls in that top side to the banish. Sake trades the kill back in a 2v2 situation here. Does try to go for that barrier, does not secure it. Zar is back in time. The drum in the middle is bouncing the core, but no barriers will fall as the Giga Blast. The TP from the eject button is Fang holding this barrier with everything he can. Does he have to pop the core flip here? The base drop comes out. He does pop the flip, but it's not in time for the banish as Cookies does manage to secure that lock here. Holding that bottom side, trying to break through Zar. Does get through with the piercing shot. TP's forward, unfortunate, but it is still falling into the hands of TMCT, and Fang not able to stop the onslaught of abilities as it falls in his goal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, great passing by the core control comp of TMCT. They do lose this first barrier here, but one thing I do want to call attention to, right? Sake almost always having some sort of speed, either finding a kill or just getting that energy up to full with how much energy generation he has. The Egoist and Adrenaline Rush putting a lot of work for him, and there's that flip. Oh, it doesn't get the barrier, and a defensive flip out by Sake.
Atsuro barely avoiding death here, hanging on the edge, does use the evade, living so many different abilities here. They're being spammed, but they're also baiting everything out of the side of Fierce Fury here. Cookies pushed forwards as far as he can be. Doesn't have the TP, does go for the banish though. Gets a bit of damage onto Zar and Sake here. Fang pushing up a little bit. Zar does secure the double with a flip. What an incredible play here. Zar still in this top side, losing the strike wars, but a pass back to Fang, up to Sake. Geo unable to stop that play.
I mean, honestly, you know, Geo doing his best to save what was a terrible play until then. Just honestly really well done by Zarhynef. Finding that KO, right? The flip, combined with his abilities, just means that 2 members of TMCT fall and then put them into a 3v1 power play. But now this Atlas getting Monumentalist means that Rune doesn't get it, but this Rune still is Timeless available to him.
This is the worst situation for Rune possible. Every Awakening you want is gone in one set.
That is true.
He does manage to get the Siege
Machine instead.
I like the Siege Machine here because of the extra damage. I think because he wanted Monu to try and secure more of these kills, the Siege Machine is going to do a lot. Unfortunately, Atsuro doesn't get the Stagger Swagger either, but Sake, losing so much health here, does get bounced around. Still just living, though, on the enemy side.
Atsuro also had a pretty much win-win situation, too, because they either get the Stagger Swagger or they get the Castellast. And now they have this Castellast with 2 Speed Awakenings already. If they can live, they're just going to be running around the map again and again, like they're doing right now.
Mosquito, but Geo missing the strike. Unfortunate, loses the barriers, the banish comes out, keeping the core away from Sake in this top side. Cookie's tanking a lot of damage here, doesn't fall in the top side, but Zar pops that flip early, but does get half of his energy back thanks to the help of that Egoist, but a crooked leverage into a strike will steal that core, and the first point of this set, which could decide everything right here, right now.
Yeah, the Astral Projection, great out by Zarhynef, just to set Sake up for that crooked leverage, and you might be seeing more of that as Sake and Zarhynef continue to push up on this bottom side as Cookie leaves behind that pillar, and a great redirect means that first barrier does fall in favor of TMCT, and now that this flow state pop, Atsuro is taking a lot of damage, could get taken off this map, and does with the flip out by Fang, and now the Adrenaline Rush going with Sake. That's the double barrier, and now in a 3v2, this is looking really dangerous. Can Cookies find this in this corner, winning the Strike Wars? The flip gets defended. No, it's another flip for Zarhynef, and that's what scores it.
What an unfortunate set. From what looked like an incredible last set is falling apart the side of TMCT. As Fierce Fury showcases what they're known for, their fiery spirit pushing through here as the core does get banished. Atsuro securing first blood, does try to get this barrier, striking as much as she can. They do manage to get one, but will the flow state fall? No, it does not, thanks to the help of that Castellast. A few extra strikes, building the speed here. Cookie's in that top side. Atsuro trying to do as much as she can as the Giga Blast comes out. Cookie's tanking it. Both barriers fall for the side of TMCT, but Fang unable to defend his own. Octavia trying to do whatever she can. Does not manage to score though. The flow state hanging in the balance. Cookie's TPing into the top side, trying to help Atsuro do whatever she can. Not able to secure the kill, but the pillar scoring from the side that no one was defending. Despite the fact you have an Atlas and a Kai in your goal, you got 2 characters that excel. But that one pillar saving everything here as both barriers are coming back up. Fang trying to move up a little bit, does cost him one of his barriers. Core does fall back. Cookies placing that barrier back down. Geo TPing up, managing to use that piercing shot. It is open. Sake uses the flip to get the core away. Atsuro dribbling down a little bit, trying to keep this flow state up as much as she can, trying to get a little bit more move speed, moving to that top side. Does have the flip ready, but so does Fang. Fang does not pop it. In that top corner now, Atsuro tries to use the flip. No energy. The Kazan is ready for the blood, but Za is the one who secures it. Oh, the Rose Thorns, but
Denied.
the flip. People are too close to that top side as Geo pops the flip of his own, trying to go for a bit of a power play. Does
Geo!
secure the piercing shot.
Oh my god!
Tying
Giovanni.
up the set.
The perfect piercing shot by Giovanni. Oh, we are going to a cinematic set 3, and I really hope that TMCT wins this for their sake.
Sake moving forward. Atsuro pops the flow state. Banish is used. Sake losing so much health here, but the crooked leverage does come out. Atsuro looking incredibly low. Geo not in position. You can't be here in these crucial sets. TPing forwards. Dies to the Giga Blast, and no one to defend. Atsuro too far up. Cookies unable to TP. Sake with a simple strike following the Giga Blast. And that will be the end.
Yeah, I mean, Fierce Fury, right? After seeing those 2 points, they're up 2-0. They were not happy. And that is their fury
Absolutely not.
shown. Right?
The
and well,
flames. Oh
with that,
my
I mean,
goodness.
congratulations, Fierce Fury, for taking
Absolutely.
the win in the first ever season of EUSL.
What an incredible game to end it off with. Unfortunately, we have not broken the allegations of a EU is a one-team region. Very unfortunate, but that is not to discount the hard work of every other player inside of this tournament. Everyone has played extraordinarily well. TMCT pulling out the comfort picks and showcasing why they can play them and why they are so good at them. Even trying to swap the roles around a little bit to secure like a little bit more time. But at the end, Fierce Fury trumps everyone.
Yeah, and one little side note that I do want to mention is, if I have the math in my head correct, Fierce Fury over the course of this season, I think has won 60 sets and lost 9. And when you put that into perspective, that just means that for every single set that they won, for every single set that they lost, they basically won almost 7 sets.
Yep. Like, how much dominance can you show? The real question is, do we think that Fierce Fury would be able to top the Aimi and Joyers were they still here?
And, okay, I think it's a close match, and the only reason I say that, actually, is because I believe a few weeks back, maybe a month back or so, there was a weekly where we had Aimi and Joyers and Fierce Fury playing, and Aimi and Joyers, I believe, took the win against Fierce Fury in winner side, and then Fierce Fury came back, reset it, I believe, and then took the win overall, right? But bear in mind, I'm not sure if that's an Aimi and Joyers with as much practice as they had in their peak.
That's like Connex trying to do all of his uni stuff and education and not really able to play as much. It becomes quite difficult to kind of judge off of a weekly, but if it were the case of everyone came back and we saw a show match between the two even, I'm sure everyone would be very interested to see how that one would have gone.
Yeah, but hey, if, Connex and Kitsune and Alex are able to come back, and if Fierce Fury chooses to stick around for another season, I will be super excited to see how they stack up against one another.
Same here.
With that, I think there's not much else for us to say here, and Aiden, anything you want to say before we hop off?
Absolutely not. I think I have said enough as is here and now. So you should be able to close us out. ready for
Well-
the post show.
Yeah, I mean, post-show or winner's interview, I guess that is really to be determined. I hope to, have the members of Fierce Fury up here on the cast. But with that in mind, we'll sort things out and don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be back on the other side of this. Well, everyone, after the games, EUSL Season 1 finally comes to a close. Those games, in my opinion, were amazing to watch and probably even more amazing to play from the side of the players. And I guess first thing I want to do is congratulate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a few things really I just kind of want to ask you guys. First thing, just as a team, what does winning this event really mean to you guys and your team?
I guess it was to prove that you are actually superior.
I mean, I suppose, right? Now, are any of you guys really gonna do anything to just like celebrate, or are you guys just gonna go back to the grind?
I don't like celebrating at all, honestly, myself.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
just
that's
gonna have a nice dinner and celebrate by myself, I guess. So, about it.
I mean, hey, you're part of the team too, Dunkers, right? Even as a sub, right?
Yeah.
Or Fierce Fury. Just as a quick side note, right? How did this team really come together, right? Because you guys have been together since what? I think like earlier this year.
Okay, it started off with me and Fang when I still used to be a forward main. Then we tried the first bup, it didn't go that great with Shen. Then we found Sake, and so I knew that Sake was a superior forward than me, so I decided to just switch roles to midfield, so Sake could forward. Then
Yeah,
we just practiced a lot, and we got to where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, you played really well on the midfield, and going once again to your midfield, I know you're, at least from what I've seen, very fond of a lot of these ranged picks, right? The Estelle, the Aimee. Is there any reason in particular for that? Because coming from a forward role, typically the idea is you kind of want to have something you're more familiar with when it comes to the range, right?
I mean, yes, but it's just I have so much experience in forward. I know exactly where I want the core to be to score, and having ranged options and having a lot of forcing lines just make that so much easier to give the core to my forward and make it so they have the absolute highest chance to score.
Right. That makes sense. Now, from the side of, like Fang, I guess, is the goalie, right? What would you say your favorite pick has been to kind of pull out in EUSL this season?
I think it's Arrow. Arrow supports your team very well with the speed, and we have nadal setups in the back that your midfielder can use it like in his favor. And you also like give your midfielder size and the speed that he can take like the strike war advantage because he has more more speed, So you can use that in your favor, but yeah, there are more things like about the Arrow that people don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are back for next season, I'd be excited to see if you can pull out more of that era tech. But I guess next question really that I had is, out of all the teams this season, what was your hardest matchup in your guys' eyes?
I think I was most scared originally, like on Aimee haters, because like, of course, like Alex being like really threatening for me as well, since I play forward. But like, honestly, by the end, it kind of felt like Team City like ended up being our hardest matchup. It was like we had our toughest like games, I think, against them. Like Aimee haters wasn't like as threatening by the end as I maybe thought it would be.
And I mean, do you think there's any reason why TMCT beat Aimee haters not once but twice in playoffs?
I think that's because of the synergy they have. I think the synergy between Geo and Cookies is just on a much higher level than that of anyone of Aimee haters.
Saka, you were saying something, I think, too?
No, I just said that I'm like not really sure myself. But yeah, I think the synergy between like on Aimee haters' side between the goalie and midfield wasn't as good as maybe Giovanni's and like Cookies' synergy. Of course,
yeah,
like,
and I think
it's good to like compete in this like league and shit, but like I think just like Team City just did it like a little bit better.
Yeah, we did see that, I think, in the second of the two series where there were multiple times Alex and Venom were trying to play off of each other and it didn't exactly pan out exactly as either of the two were hoping to. and TMCT capitalized, right? They took those wins where IME haters gave them an inch. Now, I think each of you guys, I think even Donkers, I kind of want to ask. First, let's start with Fang. What was your favorite moment of the season?
Favorite moment on the season?
Yeah.
I mean, it's now, where we won everything.
Yeah, for real. Zarhainef, thoughts?
I don't have any specific moments in mind, to be honest. I kind of just play and forget and move on.
Were there any series that you really enjoyed? Like even just the games themselves, right? You might have had some fun games in between, no? What about that reverse sweep against TMC the first time?
I mean, it was definitely surprising how they just threw 3-0 us in the first set. We did kind of make a comeback in the second set, but still ultimately failed, and then we finally got our grip and just reverse swept.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun series to, I think, not only watch but cast. And yeah, I mean, Sake, favorite moment of the season?
I don't really have one. I guess the easy answer would be right now, since the thing is over and we've won. But I also think that this game against Team City where we reverse swept them, I think that was a really exciting series for us. I think that was when I got the most hype during this tournament.
And I mean, Donkers, being on the sidelines for this whole season, supporting your team. Any favorite moments you had?
Well, apart from a few scrims, I've only really played in the qualifiers, and I would say just playing with Sake and Fang was very fun. So I would say that that was my favorite moment.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, I guess one more thing I kind of want to ask is, do you guys plan on continuing to stick together after this season?
Well, as a sub, I'm not sure right now, at least.
Okay. Yeah.
Not
well,
sure
I mean,
how
I
it
guess,
is.
yeah, for the rest of you guys, if you guys don't have an answer right now, that's okay. There's still a lot to be decided in the EU scene, which we'll get to in a moment.
I mean, I do though. I'm gonna quit OS after this. To be honest,
Oh, okay.
it has taken up so much of my time. It's insane. But if there's another big tournament or another maybe USL, then maybe I'll get back into it with this team though.
Yeah.
If they want to, of course. That's a different question.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed playing, and I would probably be down to continue. It doesn't take that much of my time, and I really enjoy playing with these guys. So it would be I would be really down to play more, but it kind of depends on what my teammates are gonna do in future.
For sure. Fang, thoughts?
I think I have the same opinion as Zarhainef has. Yeah, if there is a big major tournament, I can still come back and try to get in shape to play the tournament with them. Otherwise, I would probably take a break. I'm not sure yet.
That's fair. Yeah. OS as a whole is a very exhausting game, and we've seen so many people come and go, even in NA, right? There's been a lot of people who've just decided to retire because of how exhausting the game OS is, but it is what it is, right? And before I get into some other announcements regarding upcoming tournaments and stuff, I want to give each of you guys a chance for any upcoming shoutouts, right, that you guys have. Fang, any shoutouts?
Yeah, I want to shout out my team, Zarhainef, Sake, and Donkers, for making this possible, basically. Otherwise, without them, this wouldn't be possible. And yeah, I always believed in them, So yeah, I think that's mine.
Yeah. Zar?
Shout out to Fang, because without him, I would not have any idea how to play midfield. The only midfield experience I had was solo queue, and that should say enough.
Yeah, that would say enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just say something? Me and Zar started to play together a while ago, and he role swapped, right?
Yes.
But he had a lot of difficulties swapping to midfield because he was a forward man. So I kind of helped a lot Zar making it possible. Without it, he wouldn't be possible to midfield, and he always understands how I want to play the game, and that's why we work very well together, because we are on the same page. We are always trying to be like the best, you know. Like yeah, it's that. I don't have anything else like to say.
Yeah, I mean, Sake, any shoutouts for you?
I would like to shout out my team, of course, like Zar adapting to the midfield role like really quickly, getting really good really fast, and like of course like Fang in the first place like asking me to play and like kind of getting me to play in the first place with these guys because I probably wouldn't have a team otherwise. And of course like all my Finnish friends like who've been watching me play this tournament, like I love all of them.
Yeah, shoutouts to the Finnish community, right?
Oh, wait, I forgot a thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shout out to you because you are the best caster in this, and shout out to
Oh,
Sloth.
thank
He's the best. He's the best host, and shout out to Saiken as well, and shout out to the whole like people behind this whole tournament because without you this wouldn't be possible. And yeah, and shout out to me as well because I make some Wikipedia stuff, you know.
Honestly, for sure. I love looking at the Wikipedia stuff, and you're the one that's been like making it possible, right? So thank you for that.
Okay,
And
You get an
shout out to you.
applause going for ETOS staff. You get an applause going in chat.
ooh, applause to ETOS staff, guys. Now, Donkers, any shoutouts for you?
Yeah, I mean, of course, shout out to the ETOS staff for hosting this, and I would also shout out Fang because he kind of opened up my eyes to like a different way of kind of playing midfield, since I'm very, I would say, solo queue build, and he kind of showed that you can actually play differently. So, shout out to him.
Okay, that sounds interesting for sure, but I guess with that in mind, right, there's a few more announcements that we have. First, EUSL Season 2. It is in the planning stages. It is very likely it will happen, but unfortunately no info is ready yet, so we still kind of have to wait for that, but you know, we hope to get it to you guys sooner rather than later, but there's still stuff going on behind the scenes, so hopefully that's exciting. Now, in the meantime, alongside like all the weeklies that'll be happening during the off season, there is going to be another tournament being hosted by Nitron, right? It's a more new player inclusive tournament where we'll be having 2 lower elo players teaming up with 1 higher elo player with kind of a focus on like fun and more like learning instead of the true competitive side of things. And it's called EUOS Kindergarten, right? We'll have an announcement go up a little bit later about it. But yeah, I think that's really about all. With that in mind, you know, it formally wraps up Season 1 of EUSL. Thank you all for, you know, sticking with us throughout the whole season, bearing with us as we, you know, have these growing pains throughout the first few weeks and, you know, even just this whole season, right? And, you know, we hope you'll be back for more. And yeah. All right. Take care, everyone. Hope to see you on the other side.